Section 13 of the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine Empire, the rearguard of European civilization. By Edward Foord. Section 13. The Early Macedonians. Part 1. Basil the Macedonian was a man of humble origin, who had commenced life by tramping to the capital to seek employment. On one side at least he was of Armenian descent. The means by which he gained the crown were soon forgotten, if indeed they were even generally known, and he quickly won respect by his good intentions, industry, and ability. He began by partially confiscating the reckless grants made by Michael III to favourites, and having thus replenished the treasury, set himself to organize the finances as they had never yet been organized, in the interests of the taxpayers. A man of the people himself, he perfectly understood their sufferings and feelings, and his new regulations appear to have been thoroughly judicious. In legal matters he was perhaps less successful, by reason of inexperience, and he appears to have caused confusion by hurrying forward the publication of the new manual, the Prochiron. He conciliated the stricter clergy by reinstating Ignatius in the Patriarchate. The act was ratified by a church council held in 869 70, but Basil refused to make further concessions to the Roman papacy. Under the Amorians, Dalmatia had been left almost to itself. At the outset of his reign an embassy from the Dalmatian Slavs reached Basil, praying for help against Saracen pirates, and a fleet of 100 ships under Nicetas Oriphas sailed for the Adriatic. Ragusa, which had been blockaded for many months, was relieved, and the Slavonic tribes became formally subject to the empire. With great good sense, Basil made no attempt to interfere with their local customs. He pursued the same wise policy with the Slavs of the Balkan Peninsula. The chiefs had hitherto bought their posts. Basil permitted free election. In 871 Basil, with some trepidation probably, for he was untried in war, took command against the Paulicians of Tefrike, now under the active lead of Chrysokir, son of Carbeas. His first attack failed, and he owed his life to the exertions of an officer, Theophylactos, called the Unbearable, perhaps from his bad temper. He turned his attention to Italy, where Saracen pirates, beginning in 842 as allies of a claimant to the duchy of Beneventum, were active and dangerous. In 870 Ludwig II, the capable Carolingian emperor, besieged Bari, their chief centre, and was assisted by Nicetas Oriphas. But the admiral soon quarrelled with Ludwig and withdrew. In 871 the emperor captured the city, but was soon involved in troubles in Italy, and at his death in 875 the disorder appeared worse than ever. In 874 Basil proceeded to the east. He took Samosata and Sozopetra, wasted Melitene, and gained an incomplete victory over the Emir, but then returned to Constantinople, leaving a force under the general Christophorus to watch the Paulicians. Christophorus defeated and slew Chrysokir at Agrian, took Tefrike, and destroyed the Paulician community. Many of the Paulicians enlisted in the imperial army for service in Italy. Thither, in 876, a large expedition was sent. Bari was occupied, and in the course of the next 4 years the greater part of the present provinces of Apulia, Basilicata, and Calabria was gradually conquered, the general Nicephorus Phocas greatly distinguishing himself. Beneventum was occupied, but this conquest was transitory. The new theme of Longobardia was held for nearly 2 centuries. Success in Italy was to some extent offset by disaster in Sicily, where the Saracens, in 878, captured Syracuse after a splendid defence by John the Patrician. The Empire now held only Tauromenium and Catan in Sicily, with a few forts on Mount Etna. In 876 the imperial army took Lulu, an important fortress on the slope of Cilician Taurus. Next year Basil took command, but only wasted Cilicia and Commagene. His general, Andreas the Slav, defeated a Saracen army on the Popandos, but in the following year his successor, Stepiotes, was routed near Tarsus. In 880 Basil again took command, but could not take Germanicia, and accomplished nothing of importance. This was his last appearance in the field. In 881 a Saracen raid on Euboea was beaten off by the general Iniates, and the Emir of Tarsus slain, and a Cretan expedition into the Propontis was defeated by Nicetas Oriphas. The corsairs next raided the western coast of Greece, but Oriphas hauled his lighter vessels across the Isthmus of Corinth, and picking up such ships as were available in the west, caught the pirate fleet off its guard and completely defeated it. The prisoners, many of whom were renegades, were executed with torture. Doubtless the provocation had been great. The raid had evidently been concerted with the African Saracens, for shortly after a fleet from Tunis, including 60 immense ships, appeared in the Ionian Sea. It ravaged Cephallenia and Zakynthos, while Nazar, the imperial admiral, was detained by a general desertion of his rowers. They were replaced by a hasty levy of Peloponnesians, and Nazar then attacked the Moslems and gained a complete victory. He drove the relics of the fleet into the African ports, landed in Sicily, and wasted the neighbourhood of Palermo. The price of olive oil fell to almost nothing. The victorious ships came home laden with it. In 884 the first edition of the Basilica appeared. It was not an epoch-making piece of legislation, simply a collection of all the laws in force, more or less based upon the Code of Justinian, in some respects a conscious throwback to it. The iconoclast legislation is, of course, violently criticized, but Finlay remarks that the orthodox codifiers were glad enough to avail themselves of its help. An important feature is that the tenant farmers are once more chained to the soil. The democratic epoch of the iconoclasts has passed. For the next 2 centuries the dominant class is a warlike nobility, steadily encroaching upon the small cultivators. The results of this aristocratic revival were eventually disastrous. The imperial armies had been recruited from the hardy peasant class. With its gradual disappearance the supply of good warlike material began to fail. It is difficult to blame the emperors, who did their best to protect the peasantry, or the nobles, who were as creditable an aristocracy as any state ever possessed, and for whom land was practically the only safe investment. Another evil fostered by the victory of orthodoxy was monachism. The foundation of monasteries became a fashion. Men stepped aside by thousands from the active work of life. Valuable land passed without hindrance into the Church's dead hand. On the death of Ignatius in 878, Basil reinstated Photius, whose reappointment was confirmed by Pope John VIII and by a Church Council held in 879 880. Basil's aim all his life was to keep on good terms with the Bishop of Rome, but the breach between East and West was too wide to be closed by personal friendliness. Basil in early life had owed much to a Greek lady of Patras named Danielis, who played to him the part of a fairy godmother. Her wealth was enormous. She appears to have been what would today be called a multimillionaire, and the inventory of her presents and property shows that Peloponnesus must have contained wealthy manufacturing towns, as well as agricultural communities and sheep farms, and that prosperity in Greece was at a high level. Basil's private life was not edifying. On the death of his first wife, he married Eudocia Ingerina, mistress of Michael III, for the same reason that the Comte du Barry married Jeanne Vaubernier, and at the same time carried on an intrigue with Michael's sister Thecla. His wife's conduct was a scandal, and he passed his last years in an atmosphere of continual suspicion. He died in 886, and Leo and Alexander, whether his children or not, quietly succeeded. The reigns of Basil I and Leo VI form a period of transition from the era of defence and recuperation to that of expansion. Under Irene and the Amorians all the great Mediterranean islands had been lost, but Basil had gained southern Italy, strengthened imperial influence in the Mediterranean, and secured the frontier on the east. Internally, though the decline in the free agricultural population had already begun, the wealth of the empire was probably greater than it had ever been. The chaos in Europe drove capital into the single state, where life and property were safe and justice was assured. Byzantine commerce filled the Mediterranean, and though Saracen pirates might inflict much private misery and now and then deal severe blows, the imperial fleets on the whole guarded the trade routes. The trade with the East was extensive and profitable. A very large part of Eurasian commerce was concentrated in the empire. Nearly the entire carrying trade of the Mediterranean was in the hands of its maritime peoples, mainly Greeks. The European provinces had recovered greatly under the vigorous rule of the iconoclasts. Hellas was especially rich and flourishing. The revenue was large and easily raised. The administration was generally equitable. Oppression was decidedly the exception and not the rule. The comparative inaction of the next 80 years was due mainly to the lack of enterprise, not always unjustified, of the emperors. Leo VI. First act was to inter the body of Michael III with full solemnities in the Church of the Holy Apostles. It certainly gives colour to the suspicion that Basil was not his father. Leo was a kind of 9th-century Claudius, or James I. He had been educated by Photius, and possessed considerable book learning, but little practical ability. He spent much time in elaborating court ceremonial and in compiling and re-editing books. A literary emperor was something of a curiosity to the Constantinopolitans, and when Leo composed a book of political riddles and prophecies, they forthwith dubbed him the Wise. Personally, he seems to have been a kindly natured man, but all his reign he was under the influence of ambitious placemen, first Tsauces Stylianos, then Samonas, a Saracen who was hardly even a nominal Christian. His morals were loose. His four wives overlapped. His successor was not born in wedlock. Photius was induced to retire in favour of the Emperor's second brother, Stephen, then only 18 years old. Leo had some bickerings with Stephen's successor, Nicolaus, the mystic, upon the subject of his matrimonial lapses, but otherwise the ecclesiastical peace of the reign was unbroken. Photius, after retiring from the Patriarchate, spent the rest of his life in seclusion in an Armenian monastery, where he died in 891. Internally, the chief event of Leo's reign was the publication of a new and enlarged edition of the Basilica in 60 books. The administration went on as usual, little affected by the Emperor's personal weakness, except that much trouble was caused by his selfish ministers granting trading monopolies to their creatures. The ultimate consequences of this were disastrous. It brought on war with Bulgaria, between which state and the Empire peace had subsisted for over 70 years, with trifling interruptions. Bulgaria had proved a valuable buffer state on the break-up of the Khazar Empire in the 9th century. It had become semi-civilized and Christian, and had attained a considerable degree of wealth as the middleman between the Empire and Central Europe. In 892 the Bulgarian king Simeon, after vain efforts to secure redress, Leo being hoodwinked by his favourites, invaded the Empire and defeated the army of Thrace, mutilating his prisoners. Leo raised troubles in his rear by inciting the Turkish Magyars north of the Danube to attack Bulgaria. But Simeon successfully coped with them, and in 893 defeated a Byzantine army under Theodore the Protovestiarios and Leo Catakalon. Leo had perhaps by this time gained some inkling of the real reason for the war, and he concluded peace. During Leo's reign the Asiatic frontier was generally defended with success, General Nicephorus Phocas distinguishing himself about 891 by a very successful invasion of Cilicia. In 902 a Byzantine army marched up to the gates of Aleppo, but the Cretan pirates were very troublesome in the Aegean, raiding Lemnos in 901 and Demetrias in 902. In 904 Leo of Tripolis, a Christian renegade, sailed from Tarsus with a fleet of 54 corsair vessels, passed up the Aegean, and descended on Thessalonica, the second city of the empire, which was almost ungarrisoned. A gate was forced, the great city was sacked, a hideous massacre perpetrated, and 22,000 captives carried off, as we are told, though how they were conveyed requires explanation. In any case, the number was very large, and quite apart from the dreadful amount of private misery inflicted, the disgrace was great. The catastrophe was due solely to the neglect of the navy by Leo's favourites. This shocking disaster forced Leo's administration to pay attention to the navy, and thereafter a large fleet of 40 to 60 dromons was kept on foot in the Aegean. In 909 the admiral Himerios gained a considerable victory over the corsairs, but an attack on Crete in 912 resulted in a complete failure. In the East considerable success was gained, very largely by the private enterprise of Phil-Roman Armenians. Three barons of the region north of Melitene ceded their fiefs to the empire, which with some additions became the new theme of Mesopotamia. An Armenian chief named Mele meanwhile had evicted the Saracens from a considerable tract northeast of Cilicia. He offered his conquest to the empire, and was made patrician and strategos of the newly acquired theme, which was named Lycandos, and interrupted direct communication between the emirs of Malatia and Tarsus. Leo Catakalon was now appointed general of the Armenian frontier, and about 913 he captured Theodosiopolis and wasted Phasian. The king of Iberia laid claim to these acquisitions, but the difference was adjusted by Romanus I, the empire retaining Theodosiopolis and Iberia Phasian. The imperial boundary in Armenia was therefore in 920 once more where it had been under Maurice. Leo died in 912. He had reigned nearly 26 years, a period, on the whole, of advancing prosperity. The one great disaster had been the sack of Thessalonica; otherwise the isolated raids of the Saracens had done comparatively slight mischief. Territory had been acquired, the Asiatic frontier defended. Leo's personal weakness had not fatally interfered with the working of the administrative machine. Alexander became sole ruler for little over a year. He was a mere figurehead, but his administration committed a grievous blunder by rejecting the overtures of Simeon of Bulgaria for a renewal of peace. He endeavoured to protect the succession of his young nephew by appointing a council of regency, and died in 913. The little emperor, Constantine VIII, at once became the centre of plot and counterplot. Simeon of Bulgaria invaded the empire in 913, and again in 914, when he gained temporary possession of Adrianople. Amid these disorders the general Constantine Ducas endeavoured to seize the regency. He entered the palace at Constantinople, but was repulsed by the guards and slain, and his house all but extirpated by battle and execution. The intrigues at the capital ended in the young emperor's mother, Zoe Carbonopsina, who had been hitherto excluded from public affairs, becoming head of the government. She was known only as a society queen, but showed no lack of energy. In 915 a Saracen fleet was defeated off Mindos, and in 916 a great raid made into Syria, and 50,000 captives carried off. Zoe now wisely decided to make a truce with the Caliph and concentrate on Bulgaria. In 917 her envoys reached Baghdad, and peace was concluded on the basis of a general exchange of prisoners. The balance was much in favour of the empire. The larger part of the army of Asia was now transferred to Europe. The Pechenegs of the South Russian plain were subsidized to attack Bulgaria. Every effort was made to ensure success and to increase the spirit of the troops, but the corps commanders were at variance. Leo Phocas, who commanded in chief, was jealous of the admiral Romanus Lecapenus, who was to transport the Pechenegs across the Danube. Lecapenus distrusted Phocas. The first engagement resulted in a success, but Phocas wasted time in spying upon Lecapenus, and was not at his post when Simeon gave battle on August 20, 917, near the fort of Achelous. The army was entirely defeated, and retreated on Mesembria, while Lecapenus, hearing of the collapse, sailed home forthwith. He has been accused of deserting his comrades, but as the broken host reached the capital safely, and repelled an attack by the pursuing Bulgarians, it does not appear that it was in such danger as to render the presence of his fleet indispensable. After much obscure intrigue, Lecapenus was created general of the Foreign Guard, and his fortunes were greatly advanced by the young emperor's sudden passion for his youthful daughter Helena. The lovers were united in April 919, and Lecapenus created Basiliopater, Emperor Father. A revolt under the disappointed Leo Phocas was easily suppressed, and Phocas blinded. Lecapenus next ousted Zoe, and forced her into a convent, and was crowned emperor on December 17, 919. The young Constantine and his child wife were soon thrust into the background. Romanus I has been described as a weak man, but the accusation hardly stands in the face of facts. He was resolute to found a dynasty. He crowned three of his sons, and in 933 made the fourth, Theophylactos, patriarch, a rare example in the Byzantine history of the boy bishop so common in the West. Theophylactos, after conducting himself in his sacred office as might have been expected of an indulged and pleasure-loving youth, died in 956, naturally enough from the results of a riding accident. In 921 the King of Bulgaria advanced on Constantinople. Romanus's difficulties with a beaten army and hostile officers and ministers were great. Afraid to trust a single general, he divided the command among Leo and Pottus Argyros and Johannes Rector. They were defeated, and Simeon sacked the suburbs of the capital. In 923 he again marched on Constantinople, but was repulsed in a gallant action in which Sacticios, a general of the guard, fell after performing miracles of valour. He thereupon endeavoured to procure the assistance of the Fatimid Caliph of Kerwan, but Romanus, by adroit negotiations, frustrated the design. In 925 Simeon once more advanced and took Adrianople, but Romanus, in a personal interview, succeeded in making peace. One condition was that the Bulgarian Church should be independent under its own patriarch. The others are not known. It is a mere unsupported conjecture that the Balkan interior was ceded to Simeon. The latter had a legitimate casus belli, but he had shown himself a mere barbarian in the brutal ravages which he permitted. We may note, in order to conclude the story of this dangerous enemy, that shortly afterwards his army was completely defeated by the Serbs and Croats, whom he was endeavouring to keep to their allegiance by a series of massacres and ravages, and in 927 he died. His empire collapsed. His successor, Peter, troubled by Magyars without and rebels within, could only maintain himself with difficulty in Bulgaria. End of section 13. Recording by Mike Botes. Section 14 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botes. The Byzantine Empire. The Rearguard of European Civilization. By Edward Foord. Section 14. The Early Macedonians. Part 2. Having concluded peace with Bulgaria, Romanus had leisure to attend to other matters. The ravages of the Saracen pirates were effectually curbed, if not quelled, by a complete victory gained by Johannes Radanos over Leo of Tripolis, near Lemnos in 926. In 920 Romanus appointed his friend Johannes Curcuas general in the east, and under him the work of advancing the border was steadily pursued. For 7 years his feebleness kept him on the defensive, but after the peace with Bulgaria the thematic corps were again distributed, and Curcuas controlled a really powerful force. His immediate opponents were the emirs of Tarsus and Malatia. Behind them lay other semi-independent Saracen appanages, whose armed strength was usually out of all proportion to their real power. We have seen that Omar of Malatia could once gather 40,000 men under his banner. Tarsus and other Cilician towns were huge colonies of raiders and slave merchants. Gibbon's sneer about the empire, throwing its entire strength against a single emirate, lacks point. In 927 Curcuas wasted Melitene and took Malatia, though for the present he was unable to hold it permanently. In 929 the Emir of Malatia found himself so hard pressed that he capitulated and paid tribute, and Curcuas crossed the Euphrates. In the dissolution of the Caliphate, Armenia had recovered a precarious independence, though it was continually imperilled by dissensions between the princes and ecclesiastical differences with the empire. Curcuas and the Armenians, in cooperation, carried all before them. Armenia shook itself free from Mohammedan dominion, and Aklat and Bitlis became tributary to the empire, whose eastern terminus thus touched Lake Van. In 934 Malatia was retaken by the Saracens, but next year Curcuas recaptured and destroyed it, and formally reduced the emirate to the condition of a theme. Of its towns the Moslems retain only Samosata and Doliche. In 941 Curcuas made a very successful expedition into Syria, and in 942 he wasted Mesopotamia right up to the line of the Tigris, took Nisibis, and forced Edessa to purchase exemption from sack by a large indemnity and the surrender of the famous handkerchief of the Saviour. He was removed from his command shortly afterwards, apparently on account of accusations brought against him by enemies at court. It seems clear that Romanus was convinced of his friend's innocence. Curcuas would probably have been employed again but for his master's fall. The invasions of Simeon had naturally produced considerable disturbances in Europe among the Slavs, but after 927 they were again reduced to submission. Simeon's successor, Peter, threatened by the Magyars, entered into a close alliance with Romanus, whose granddaughter Maria he married, and received a yearly subsidy, in return for which he engaged to keep off the Magyars. His reign, however, was very troubled. His brother Michael rebelled, and some of his followers actually made a raid into the empire, and held Nicopolis in Hellas for a time. Servia, which had been brutally wasted by Simeon, placed itself under the protection of the empire. Peter could not entirely fulfil his obligations, and in 934 a Magyar raid was pushed up to the neighbourhood of the capital. It was bought off, as was a second in 943. These attacks were trifling, but the Russian invasion of 941 was a serious danger. There had been a Russian raid under Oleg in 907, which had been bought off by Leo VI, but this time the attack was on a grand scale. The King of Kiev was now Igor (Ingvar). He appears, judging from the chronicles, to have been a mere hard-drinking, hard-fighting savage Viking. Possibly the attack on Miklgarth or Tsargorod may have been actuated by commercial grievances of the traders of Kiev, but probably it was a mere adventurous plundering raid. The flotilla which Igor collected is said to have numbered anything from 1,000 to 10,000 vessels. The fighting force of the kingdom of Kiev may have been numbered about 60,000 warriors, and there may well have been 1,500 miscellaneous craft, of course mostly small. The huge flotilla appeared suddenly in the Bosphorus in the late summer of 941. The danger was great. The fleet was watching Crete. The bulk of the army was in the east. The Russians blocked the Bosphorus, and landed marauding bodies in Bithynia and Thrace, which behaved with hideous brutality. Crucifixion and burning alive were the common fate of captives. Only a few ships lay in the Golden Horn, but Theophanes the patrician, who was placed in command, hurriedly patched up superannuated dromons and fitted out vessels completing. Expresses and fire signal orders were sent to Cappadocian Caesarea, to Curcuas, who called in every man near at hand, and made forced marches on Chalcedon. To compensate for the terrible disparity of naval force, Greek fire cannon were mounted on the broadside of each ship, in addition to the usual single one in its turret forward. And Theophanes, with his makeshift force of only 15 dromons, some hardly seaworthy, sailed out to fight the Russians. Their ships were soon engulfed in the swarms of their enemies. Probably they lost way owing to the impossibility of working their oar banks amid the impeding boats. But the crews fought with desperate fury, and repelled innumerable boarding attempts, while the Greek fire was fearfully effective. Igor is said to have lost two-thirds of his flotilla, a statement which seems exaggerated, and the Russians fled, Theophanes with all his gallant squadron that could still be fought, audaciously pursuing. For the moment Igor escaped, owing to the bad condition of the Byzantine ships, but his shore detachments were abandoned. Curcuas, marching day and night from Caesarea, came on them scattered in Bithynia, and swept them into the sea. Little quarter was given. Such prisoners as were taken were ruthlessly put to death. A civilized power, fighting a savage enemy, must be prepared to strike hard. Theophanes overtook the flying armament in September, and inflicted further terrific losses upon it. Only a small remnant finally found its way home. The triumph was a splendid one. The disparity in the size of the Russian and Byzantine vessels should not be allowed to obscure the fact that the former probably outnumbered their opponents in fighting men by 10 to 1. Theophanes and his heroic crews went out to what they must have regarded as a forlorn hope as gallantly as ever did the men of Leonidas or Grenville. In 945 peace was concluded once more with Russia. Thus, amid general success, increasing prestige, and territorial expansion, the reign of Romanus I drew to a close. Commerce and manufactures were in highly flourishing condition. The sailor emperor took good care of his fleet, and the Moslem piratical squadrons were held in check. Constantine Porphyrogenitos was not without justification when he claimed that the Roman Empire ruled the sea. The dark spot on the picture was the steady decline in the rural population. From about 922 onwards, for some years, there was a succession of bad harvests, and many small proprietors disappeared as such, their holdings being absorbed by the large estates. Romanus did everything in his power to check the evil. In 922 and again in 935 he promulgated laws against the encroachments of the great landowners, without, it is to be feared, much effect. Economic laws fought against the laws of men, and the agricultural population steadily, if slowly, dwindled away. In other ways the Emperor did much for his people. Like Basil I, he was of them himself, and understood their hardships. He spent much in the building and endowment of hospitals and other charitable institutions. In no way, except his treachery to his son-in-law, can he be said to have deserved much blame. The nemesis of that treachery was to befall him in his old age. His own sons, for whom he had toiled and had perjured himself, conspired against him. Christophorus was dead, but Stephen and Constantine seized and tonsured their father, and sent him to the island monastery of Prout, December 944. They now assumed the supreme power and were formally crowned, ignoring Constantine VIII, Porphyrogenitos, who had been kept in the background for 20 years. This was too much for the citizens of the capital. Romanus had justified his usurpation, not so his sons, who were besides guilty of disgraceful and unfilial treachery. Rioting broke out. Constantine VIII emerged from his study, and after some days of intrigue and popular ferment, the Lecapenian brothers were deposed, tonsured, and sent to join their father at Prout, December 27, 945. The Patriarch was not molested, neither was Basil, the old Emperor's illegitimate son, who was to play a great part in Byzantine history. Constantine VIII has passed the greater part of his life in seclusion and study, and was a dilettante in several departments of culture. Without regarding the flattery of his courtiers, it is fair to assume that he was considerably more accomplished than royal personages commonly are. He was a skilled musician, he had studied painting and sculpture, and appears to have produced pictures of some merit. He had considerable taste for literature, and not only encouraged and patronized authors, but composed several works himself. They include a biography of Basil I, a little pamphlet on the themes, a work on the administration of the empire for the benefit of his son Romanus, containing much valuable information, another on court ceremonial, the longest and apparently most carefully composed of all, and some treatises on naval and military affairs. Literary rulers who endeavour to write for the benefit of posterity are somewhat rare, but Constantine might fairly claim to be one. In private life he was one of the best men who had occupied the throne, a faithful husband, an indulgent but not a careless father, in intercourse with his friends and dependents, a fine specimen of a kindly, amiable gentleman. His family life was most happy. With his subjects he was popular all through his reign. Good men often make bad sovereigns, but this cannot be said of Constantine. There was no reason whatever to think that he was a nonentity. His lot was, of course, cast in kindly times. The empire was assailed by no great enemy. The Abbasid Caliphate was hasting to dissolution. Bulgaria, so formidable under Simeon, was now impotent. Saracen pirates may have been troublesome, but were not dangerous. The large fleet now stationed permanently in the Aegean was a bad stumbling block to the corsairs of Kandak. The Slavs in the Balkan provinces were being steadily drawn into the circle of Byzantine civilization, and many of their nobles were to be found among the civil and military aristocracy. Trade and industry flourished, and amid the general prosperity the handsome, amiable, art-loving emperor might have been excused for closing his eyes to defects. Such, however, was not the case. The great evil of the times, the decline of the peasantry, did not escape the notice of Constantine. His novel of 947 follows the lines of those of his father-in-law. Like them, it was to be feared that it only temporarily checked the abuse. The splendid administrative system constructed by the Heracleids and Iconoclasts, and perfected by Basil I, worked smoothly. Constantine had small need to personally interfere, but when he did so it was with reason, and he had a long arm for evil-doers. We are especially informed of the case of Crinitas, governor of Longobardia, who enriched himself by oppression and fraudulent jobbery in the corn trade of his province, and was deprived of office and fortune by the emperor. Finlay may be right in supposing that there were many similar cases, but it is to be noted that if effective supervision could be maintained over the governors of distant Longobardia, the same was likely to be the case nearer home. Constantine attended carefully and conscientiously to public business, and made no more mistakes than a nominally despotic monarch, whose power is limited by that of a great bureaucracy, is likely to commit. His wife Helena assisted him in his task. Nor need we suppose that her influence was always for the bad. Later in his reign, his youngest daughter Agatha, who had been his constant companion in his study, was his confidential secretary. His chief ministers were Basilios, the bird, and Joseph Bringas, the latter by far the more important figure of the two, and the chief administrator of the empire until 963. John Krukuas was restored to favour by Constantine, though the veteran was not again employed in the field. He was probably past active work. The Argyros family were also retained in office and favour, but the Phoci of Cappadocia now became the most prominent of the great noble houses. Bardas, their head, who had served long under Krukuas, became commander-in-chief in the east. His three sons, Nicephorus, Leo, and Constantine, were appointing to themes. Another prominent figure was that of the eunuch Basil Lekapenos, who was retained in favour by Constantine. The appointment of Bardas Phocas was not a success. The Phoci had a bad reputation for avarice, and Bardas allowed discipline to relax, while he peculated the supplies and made profit out of prisoners. In 950, Seif ed Dawleh of Hamadan, now Emir of Syria, burst through the line of defence and plunged into Cappadocia, wasting and destroying. But on his return he was overtaken in the passes of Amanus by the Byzantine army, and entirely defeated, with the loss of spoils, prisoners, and baggage. In 954 Bardas Phocas was superseded, not before it was time, by his son Nicephorus. But the first essay of this afterwards famous chief was unsuccessful. He was badly beaten by Seif ed Dawleh. The army had evidently become disorganized, and while Nicephorus toiled at the work of reconstruction, the Emir of Tarsus made a naval raid along the Cilician and Pamphylian coast, but was gallantly met and defeated by Basil, general of the Kibirayot theme, with a small naval force of his district. By 958 Phocas had thoroughly reorganized his command, and everything was ready for the great advance now near at hand. In that year Leo, Phocas, and Basil Lekapenos marched for Samosata. Lekapenos defeated the Saracens in the field, and the stronghold passed once more into Roman hands. In Europe the Magyars made their way through the feeble guard of Bulgaria, and pushed up to the neighbourhood of the capital, but they were defeated and driven off in a night surprise by Pottus Argyrus. In 959 a great expedition under Constantine Gongiles was sent against Crete. It landed in the island without difficulty, a fact which shows that, like Algiers, the Kandak robber horde had no real offensive power. But Kandak itself was enormously strong, and the besieging force met with disaster. Constantine began to make preparations for a fresh attack, but his health was already failing. He tried to recruit by a tour in Bithynia, but without avail, and returned to Constantinople only to die November 9, 959. His death was widely lamented, so much so that it was attributed to poison administered by Theophano, the low-born beauty whom the kindly emperor had permitted to marry his son Romanus. She was capable of crime, as we shall see, but there is no evidence that she repaid her father-in-law's kindness by plotting his death. The accusation seems ridiculous. Romanus II calls for little notice. He was a gay, pleasure-loving young man of 21, by no means unamiable, though he obliged his sisters to retire into monastic privacy, but more occupied with the delights of power than its duties. Quite possibly his character would have matured and strengthened with advancing years, but he did not live long. Joseph Bringas controlled the administration, and great preparations were made to settle the Cretan question once and for all. Nicephorus Phocas was called from the east to take command, and in July 960 a fleet of 300 war vessels and 360 transports with a picked army on board sailed from Pygella near Ephesus and blockaded Kandak by land and sea. The place was strongly garrisoned, and there was, besides, an army at large in the island. A Byzantine detachment was cut off by it, and Phocas had to destroy it before he could securely besiege Kandak. This was successfully accomplished. The pirates were remorselessly hunted down and massacred, and hundreds of heads flung as a ghastly reminder into Kandak, which was closely blockaded for many months. In the spring of 961 the siege was pressed forward, and on May 7 the great stronghold was stormed. The slaughter was great, and the booty of every kind enormous. Crete, after the lapse of 135 years, was again a part of the empire. Meanwhile, Saif ed-Dowleh had deemed that the absence of a great part of the army of Asia afforded a fine opportunity for a raid. He entered Cappadocia and did much damage, but on his retreat he was waylaid by Leo Phocas near Andrasos and utterly defeated, hardly escaping with his own life, and losing almost all his army. This fine success seriously weakened the position of Qabdan the Hamadonite, and in 962 Nicephorus, after being complimented and fêted at Constantinople by his sovereign, prepared to take the offensive. 100,000 splendid troops were concentrated at the frontier. Leaving part of his force to watch Cilicia, Phocas marched through Taurus with the remainder, stormed the frontier fortress of Anazarbus, and entered northern Syria. Saif ed-Dowleh had made desperate efforts, but his army was untrustworthy, and he could only stand on the defensive, while Phocas took Doliche and Membij. A huge levy from Mesopotamia and southern Syria was advancing to his rescue, but Phocas was too quick for them. The Emir was in a strong position before Aleppo. Phocas turned his flank and forced him to fight in the open. He was totally defeated. His palace outside the walls, his treasure and stud captured. His beaten troops and the citizens quarrelled and fought, and amid the internecine strife the city was stormed. A part of the garrison escaped into the citadel, which was too strong to be carried by assault. But for 10 days the victorious army worked its will on Aleppo. Phocas did not care to risk a battle with the oncoming Syro-Mesopotamian host. His line of communication was not very secure, and before it arrived he quietly withdrew, but his army was burdened with prisoners and booty, and 60 strong places on the slopes of Taurus and Amanus were permanently gained. In Europe the Magyars had once again made their way through Bulgaria into Thrace, but were defeated by Marinus Argyros. On March 15, 963, Romanus II died very suddenly, after a reign of little more than 3 years. His manner of living sufficiently explained his early death, but popular gossip naturally attributed to poison administered by his wife, who was in childbed at the time. It might be more reasonably ascribed to the great landowners, since a fresh law in the interest of the peasants had just been passed. Actually, there is no ground for believing it due to foul play. We have seen that the early Macedonian period was one of considerable military success and territorial expansion, but for the most part the head of the state does not take the field. We have now to deal with an age of great military emperors, and are justified in especially indicating it as the era of the great conquerors. End of section 14. Recording by Mike Botez. Section 15 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Byzantine Empire. The Rearguard of European Civilization. By Edward Foord. Section 15, Part 1. The Great Conquerors. Romanus II left two little sons, Basil, aged 7, and Constantine, who was only 2. His wife had besides borne him 2 daughters, Theophano, now about 5, destined to play a great part as Empress of the West, and Anna, born 2 days before her father's death, afterwards Queen of Russia. The condition of the Empress left the entire administration in the hands of Joseph Bringas, and as he was known to be bitterly jealous of Phocas, a struggle was imminent. Romanus had left it as his dying injunction that Phocas, indisputably the Emperor's ablest general, was not to be deprived of his command, and general feeling in his favour was so strong that Bringas did not dare to openly oppose it. Phocas celebrated a triumph in the capital for his Syrian victories, and after taking a solemn oath of fidelity to his young masters, departed for the frontier. Bringas, determined to overthrow him, endeavoured to enlist in his interest the corps commanders of the army of Asia, especially Johannes Curcuas, afterwards surnamed Chemchkik, who had been the right hand of his uncle Phocas in the Syrian campaign. Curcuas's later conduct shows that he was capable of committing any crime under the influence of ambition or disappointment, but he showed no present disposition to be disloyal to his uncle. Phocas was saluted emperor by the army in the time-honoured fashion, and marched for Constantinople. Basil Lecapenus, with his household of 3,000 retainers and slaves, raised a revolt in his favour in the capital. Bringas was forced to take sanctuary, and Phocas was crowned as Nicephorus II by the Patriarch Polyeuctus, August 16, 963. Nicephorus II was above all things a soldier, but he was deeply and rather fanatically religious. and seems to have had a strong hankering after a monastic life. He strengthened his position by marrying Theophano. The marriage can hardly have been more than nominal. Phocas was 52, harsh of countenance, stern and repulsive in manner and bearing. Theophano about 24, singularly beautiful and winning. The Patriarch was not friendly to the Emperor, and endeavoured to prevent the consummation of the marriage, but without success. He gave trouble also by his narrow-minded ideas on the subject of the sin of bloodshed. They were possibly in the same sense justifiable, but seeing that the very existence of the Empire would bound up with that of the army, their public expression was pernicious. Nicephorus, failing to obtain adequate support from the clergy, reported by a novel, by which he enacted that all nominations, promotions, and decisions of the clergy were invalid without the consent of the Emperor. His financial measures were entirely directed to the war budget. He cut down pensions and grants, and suppressed pageantry in the capital. This, naturally, did not tend to his popularity, but it was justifiable, which cannot be said of his issuing base coins and paying the Senate debts therewith, while the taxes continued to be exacted in the old pure pieces. The action was a bad one in every way. More justifiable was his novel of 964 to protect the peasant proprietors against the large landholders. The situation of the former was evidently becoming steadily worse. During the autumn and winter of 963 64, Nicephorus was chiefly employed at the capital. John Chemchkik was left in charge of the eastern frontier, and soon showed his ability. When a Saracen army threatened an invasion from Cilicia, he marched boldly against it, and drove it back into Syria by a victory at Adana, so complete that the demoralized Moslems spoke of the field as the Hill of Blood. In 964 Nicephorus himself took over the command. His first attempt on Tarsus was repulsed, but he besieged and took Adana and Mopsuestia, and recaptured Anazarbus, which had fallen back into Moslem hands in the previous year. In 965 he again blockaded Tarsus, and after a long siege forced it into surrender. The whole Mohammedan population was permitted to depart, with immediate personal property only. The measure was harsh but necessary. The inhabitants were chiefly raiders and slave traders. The city was repeopled by Christian colonists, largely Armenians. In the same year an expedition under the patrician Nicetas regained Cyprus, after a Saracen occupation of 77 years. Meanwhile, in Europe, affairs on the northern frontier needed the imperial presence. Bulgaria was fast falling to decay. In 963 it had broken into two kingdoms, Shishman of Trnava making himself independent in the west. In 967 another Magyar raid slipped through into Thrace. It was easily repelled, but Nicephorus now informed the unfortunate Tsar Peter that, as he could not protect the empire, the subsidy would be discontinued. He advanced against Bulgaria, but unaccountably retired without accomplishing anything. Probably his attention was diverted to the west, where the great Emperor Otto I was very active. Otto invaded the imperial territories, assisted by Pandulf of Beneventum, but he gained no success of importance. Pandulf was taken prisoner. He himself was repulsed before Bari. The very weak forces of the theme of Italy were sufficient to check him. An expedition which Nicephorus sent against Sicily in 967 under the patrician Nicetas was defeated by the forces of the Fatimid Caliph Moez. This was the one military disaster of his reign. In the capital, however, he was very unpopular. Things reached such a pass that he was pelted in the streets, and a woman caught in the act of throwing a stone was burnt alive, a savage piece of cruelty, especially when we consider that punishments were steadily tending to become milder. Nicephorus fortified the palatial enclosure, and never moved out except with a strong guard. It was about this time that Liutprand of Cremona made his second visit to Constantinople. His account of things in general, and the Emperor in particular, is most unflattering. Nicephorus, having unaccountably failed against Bulgaria, tried a new plan. He sent the patrician Calocyrus with a subsidy of 1,500 pounds of gold (about £70,000) to Sviatoslav, son of Igor, King of Russia, a fierce warrior of the most pronounced Viking type. Russia had recovered from the blow dealt in 941. It was far more than a match for the divided and weakened Bulgaria. Calocyrus, once in Russia, proclaimed himself emperor, gave the gold as his own, and persuaded Sviatoslav to conquer Bulgaria and make it base for an attack on Constantinople by land. The question as to what length of shrift he himself was likely to obtain from the king when the latter had taken Constantinople, he seems to have deferred until a more fitting season. Sviatoslav in 967 advanced against Bulgaria. He established himself at New Preslava, a foundation of his own, near Tulcea, on the Danube, and rapidly conquered all the north except Silistria, which he was besieging, when he was suddenly called to Russia by the news that the Pechenegs were attacking Kiev. In the spring of 968 Nicephorus, apparently freed from the Russian danger, returned to the east and burst into Syria, at the head of a splendid army of 80,000 men. Antioch was past for the moment, while Nicephorus pressed through Syria, ravaging as he went, taking and sacking towns, to the neighbourhood of Damascus. Membij, Latakia, Aleppo, Hems were taken. Damascus and Tripoli saved themselves from pillage by a ransom. Having overrun Syria as far as Hermon, Nicephorus turned back to besiege Antioch. But winter being at hand, he left only a small force entrenched outside, under Michael Burzes, with orders to observe the city until spring, and cantoned the main body some distance to the north. He left his eunuch kinsman Petros in command, and returned to Constantinople. Burzes soon found that the garrison kept bad watch, and decided on a bold attempt to cut the long line of defence. On a dark night, screened by a raging snowstorm, he led a band of 300 chosen soldiers to the foot of the wall, and carried two towers by an audacious escalade. He at once hurried off messengers to Phocas, but the latter, afraid of his sovereign's anger, delayed to advance. For 2 days Burzes and his gallant band fought for their lives, repelling attack after attack of the aroused and desperate garrison. On the third day Phoca's sense of honour conquered his dread, and he came up in time to save Byrges and capture the city. His fear was justified. He was dismissed from his command, but so, too, was Byrges, for winning a city without orders. He swore revenge, and dearly did Nicephorus pay for his Martinetism. Nicephorus did not go east in 969. The affairs of Bulgaria were pressing. The aged Peter passed away in January. Shishman of Ternova at once attempted to seize the sovereignty of the entire kingdom, but was repulsed by Boris, son of Peter, assisted by Nicephorus, who concluded an offensive and defensive alliance with him. But in the summer Sviatoslav reached New Preslava with a host of 60,000 warriors, and set out to conquer Bulgaria. This time there was little resistance. The towns were taken or gained over. Boris, in despair, acknowledged his supremacy. Much of this must be attributed to Nicephorus's bad policy. He had failed to either assist or conquer Bulgaria. The tottering kingdom became the prey of the power which moved first. It was evident that, so far from his pursuing a triumphant career in the East, the next year would see a defensive campaign in Thrace. Meanwhile his harshness had alienated everyone. Indeed, at this date he was generally hated. Theophanou was privy to a plot against him, and in it were enlisted John Chemchkek, the ill-treated Byrges, and several other distinguished men. The powerful Basil Lekapenos was at least cognizant of the design. As regards Grukuas, ambition forms a sufficiently strong motive for his action. It is possible that he had other private reasons. Byrges had a grievance strong enough to steel his heart against all pity. Nicephorus had certainly neglected Theophanou, and he was suspected of a design of emasculating Basil and Constantine. At midnight of December 10, 11, Curcuas and his companions rowed in a boat to the sea wall of a palatial enclosure, and were hoisted up in baskets by Theophanou and her ladies. Joined by such of the conspirators as were already in the palace, they hastened to the chamber of Nicephorus, where he lay peacefully asleep on the floor, wrapped in his cloak. John awoke him with a kick, and as he looked up, the others sprang upon him and stabbed savagely. "O God, have mercy on me!" he cried amid his sufferings. Then one of the murderers cleft his head, and the tragedy ended. With all his faults, he had been a not unworthy occupant of the throne. John showed some contrition for his share in the terrible crime. He distributed his entire private fortune among the poor, and endowed a hospital for lepers. He refused to see Theophanou, who had fixed her fancy upon his handsome face, and exiled her to the Armenian border. Basil Lekapenos, now President of the Senate, undertook the business of removing her, and in her rage and despair she violently assaulted him. John also sacrificed two of his fellow murderers, who had done most of the butcher's work. He conciliated the Patriarch by abrogating the anti-clerical novel of his predecessor, but when Polyeuctus died he showed himself high-handed in appointing and deposing his successors. The relatives of the dead emperor were involved in his fate. Leo, who had been Curopalates, was exiled to Lesbos, and on escaping and raising revolt was captured with his elder son Nicephorus. Both were nominally blinded. As a fact, they retained their sight. The apparently terrible sentence was often a very merciful one. Leo's second son, Bardas, general of Chaldea and Colonia, was confined at Amasea, but escaped and raised the standard of revolt, and John had to march against him. John married Theodora, one of the daughters of Constantine Porphyrogenitus. He took care to conciliate public legitimist opinion by treating his boy colleagues as his equals. He decided to come to terms with Otto the Great, and releasing Pandulf of Beneventum, sent him to open peace negotiations. These were naturally protracted, but successfully concluded, and finally sealed by the marriage of Theophano, the sister of the young emperors, to Otto II., heir and colleague of Otto, at Rome in April 972. John hardly appears to have thought that Sviatoslav, now supreme from Novgorod to Hemus, would dare to attack the empire. He was terribly undeceived. In 970 a host of Russians and Bulgarians crossed Hemus, wasting northern Thrace, and stormed Philippopolis, massacring 20,000 of its inhabitants. John in Asia could do nothing. The only obstacle to a Russian advance was a small army in Thrace, under the able general Bardas Skleros. John sent an embassy with a haughty order to Sviatoslav to quit the empire. It was dismissed as haughtily, and the Russo-Bulgarian host proceeded down the valley of the Hebrus, past Adrianople, and found Skleros waiting for them before Arcadiopolis. They were totally defeated, and when they regained Bulgaria had lost, by flight, desertion, and battle, 20,000 men. Thrace was saved, but the Russian host, reinforced by Bulgarians and adventurers from all quarters, was in force north of the Balkans. John determined to take the field in person. Skleros was rewarded by the command in Asia. His immediate task was to crush the rebellion of Phocas. John proceeded to the capital, and, besides collecting troops from the Themes, organized an imperial guard of picked men, largely infantry from the Armenian border, which he named the Immortals. A fleet of 300 ships was to enter the Danube and cut off the Russian retreat. John's strategy bespoke a haughty confidence in himself and his army. It was no light thing to deliberately force 100,000 fierce warriors to fight with their backs to the wall, especially when the needs of Asia made his own immediate force much smaller than it would otherwise have been. In the early spring of 971 John concentrated on Adrianople. He had with him the Immortal Guard and 15,000 infantry and 13,000 cavalry of the Themes, 38,000 men at the utmost, probably considerably less. Despite the severe lesson of Arcadiopolis, the Russians were in a state of overweening security. They appear to have believed that John would not take the field before Easter. Sviatoslav himself was on the Danube, perhaps negotiating with Shishman, while a Russo-Bulgarian army, under a chief named Sviatogor, Svengelos, and the traitor Kalokires, lay about Great Preslava. Relying on the Eastertide rumour or fiction, they were not holding the passes of Hemus. John was not a man to consult his enemy's convenience. and broke up from Adrianople a fortnight earlier than had been expected. The infantry of the Immortals was at the head of the column to clear the way. The Emperor, with his personal guards, followed. Behind him came the mass of the infantry. The cavalry, which could be of little use in the mountains, was in the rear. The passes were unguarded. The army came through with the slightest opposition. Sviatogor and Kalokires were hurriedly concentrating. In front of Preslava they gave battle to the Emperor. They were entirely defeated, and John pushed on to assault the city. It was carried by escalade, the garrison of the citadel massacred, and King Boris and his family taken prisoners. Sviatogor, with a part of his army, escaped, but in the 2 days' battle he had lost 15,000 men. Sviatoslav was advancing to support his lieutenant, when the news of Preslava reached him. He learned also that the imperial fleet was in the Danube, and, realizing his danger, picked up Sviatogor and retreated on Silistria. There he found his passage across the river blocked by the fleet, and turned like a tiger at bay on John, who, after a brief halt to rest his troops and celebrate Easter, was following from Preslava. Sviatoslav's army now consisted mainly of Russians, sturdy infantry in iron mail, covered from chin to foot with huge shields, and wielding heavy axes and spears. But he lacked troops armed with missile weapons, and his only cavalry were lightly equipped raiders. On April 23 the two hosts collided some way south of Silistria, and after a gallant resistance the heavy Russian columns gave way before the scientific combination of infantry and cavalry attacks, and retreated on the fortress. John followed, and entrenched himself outside the town. His great force of cavalry enabled him to blockade it completely, but his army was far too small to attempt a storm. For some 3 months the siege wore on. The place was well supplied, but at length the great host inside began to exhaust its provisions. The steady blockade never slackened, and Sviatoslav, like Osman at Plevna, resolved to fight his way out. His superiority in numbers gave him a fair chance of escape. On July 23 the Russian host moved out for its last effort, and for a time appeared likely to succeed. No doubt there was some difficulty in concentrating the blockading army at the point of danger. The Byzantine lines were broken, and the Emperor had to abandon scientific combination and endeavour to bar the onward march of the huge ironclad infantry masses by desperate and repeated cavalry charges, like those by which Napoleon stemmed the tide of disaster at Eylau. After a tremendous struggle, so desperate that men said that St. Theodore appeared to rally the reeling squadrons, the Russians were brought to a stand. The Byzantine infantry came into action. After hours of furious combat, their storm of arrows broke down the solid resistance, shattered the steady squares, and left them at the mercy of the cavalry. Sviatoslav's last hope was gone. He left 15,500 dead on the field, and retreated to Silistria. Prisoners were probably few. Sviatoslav, beaten at last, sued for peace, and was granted generous terms. He was to march out with arms and personal baggage, and to be supplied for his march to Russia on the condition of surrendering Silistria with the plunder and captives there collected, and of renewing the former treaty with the Empire. After the conclusion of the negotiations, he asked for a personal interview with his conqueror. The request was granted, and the two gallant warriors met and conversed by the bank of the Danube, Sviatoslav coming by boat from Silistria, John riding down with his guards from his camp. What passed between them we know not. The simple dress of the Russian appears to have struck the splendid arrayed Byzantine guardsman. The description of his physiognomy would seem to show that already the Scandinavian blood of Rurik was much diluted with that of the Slavs. Sviatoslav was fair-haired and blue-eyed, but snub-nosed. Sviatoslav, on his side, probably wondered, like the Mamelukes when they saw Napoleon, how it came about that the little fair Armeniac, with the gay blue eyes and cheerful smile, was so terrible a fighter, and perhaps attributed the mystery to magic. He commenced his homeward march immediately afterwards. After 4 great battles, a long siege, and the wear and tear of 2 years, he had still 22,000 warriors, a figure which probably includes no allies, who would hardly accompany him to Russia, and is eloquent of the magnitude of the task so gloriously achieved by John. He was slain next year by the Pechenegs, and never reached Kiev. John, having organized East Bulgaria as a province, returned to Constantinople to celebrate a magnificent and well-merited triumph. Meanwhile, Skleros had dealt successfully with Phocas, who was captured and imprisoned at Chios, while his father, after another fruitless attempt at sedition, was blinded in earnest. In 972 a Saracen attack on Antioch was defeated by the patrician Nicolaus, and next year John took command in the east. He was, however, turned from his purpose by troubles with the Armenians, who now dreaded the heretic empire almost as much as the infidels, and on his return to Constantinople the general Mleh was attacked by a great levy from Mesopotamia, defeated and captured near Diyarbekir. Antioch and other places were lost. In 974 John again came eastward, captured Diyarbekir and Merfarkan, and pressed on down the Tigris against Baghdad. He did not take the decayed capital of the Abbasids. The terror inspired by his advance was so great that the Caliph and his Buhawid mayor of the palace sued for peace, which was granted in return for a great subsidy and an annual tribute. John returned to winter in Armenia, and in the spring of 975 took the field once more. He marched by Diyarbekir and Merfarkan through Mesopotamia to Nisibis, which was found deserted, and thence turned back, sweeping the open country as far as Edessa, which paid tribute. Thence, crossing the Euphrates into Syria, he captured Manbij, Apamea, Hems, and Baalbek, and besieged Damascus, which again ransomed itself to escape storm and pillage. John is said to have actually occupied Jerusalem, and to have sent presents thence to his friend Ashot of Taron, but this seems impossible. Had he taken the sacred city, we should have had some definite record of the event. From Damascus he forced his way through Lebanon to the Syrian coast, captured Beirut, but failed to take Tripoli, and finally swept the coast to Antioch, which, as we have seen, had relapsed to the Mohammedans. It refused to surrender, and John left Burces to besiege it, and proceeded homewards. Burces captured it for the second time early in 976. The whole campaign had been very successful. The failure at Tripoli had been the only reverse; the plunder had been immense. The ransoms and tribute money alone amounted to 3,000,000 numismata. The Emperor's health was, however, failing. He was only 51, but his whole life had been passed in the field. He proceeded slowly through Cilicia, intending to recruit himself at the capital, and near Anazarbus passed immense cattle ranches, which, upon inquiry, he was informed were the property of Basil Lecapenus, largely granted by himself and his predecessor. "So," he remarked bitterly, "I have slaved like a mercenary, and worn out my armies to enrich a greedy eunuch." The remark is said to have been reported to Lecapenus, and he proceeded to hasten the progress of disease by administering poison. The story has no certain foundation. John was very ill when he reached the capital, but the fatigue and exposure of a long campaign in Syria amply account for his death, which occurred on January 10, 976. End of section 15. Recording by Mike Botes. Section 16 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botes. The Byzantine Empire, the Rearguard of European Civilization, by Edward Foord. Section 16. The Great Conquerors, Part 2. If Lecapenus really had murdered John in the hope of obtaining the supreme control of affairs, he was doomed to disappointment. The corps commanders of the army were sullen, and when he tried to remove Bardas Skleros from power and temptation by sending him to a remote command in Mesopotamia, the general revolted, not to dethrone the lawful emperors, but to secure the position which John I had held. His difficulties were immense, but his skill and courage were great. He depended largely upon the tributary Moslem emirs on the frontier, especially those of Diarkebir and Miarfarkan. The young Emperor Basil was entirely without military experience, nor was the minister anxious that he should acquire any. For the present he appears to have been devoted to the pursuit of pleasure. Lecapenus placed in command against Skleros Petrus Phocas, whom we have met at Antioch. Skleros defeated him twice on the Armenian frontier, and a third time at Lykandos. He collected a naval force under Manuel Curticius, which defeated the imperial fleet, and in 978 seized Abydos, while Skleros was advancing on Chalcedon. But at this juncture Theodore Karantenos appeared in the Hellespont with another squadron, which completely annihilated that of Skleros. Bardas Phocas was now called from his monastic prison, and took command of the broken imperial troops in Asia. But he was no match in skill for Skleros, who defeated him at Pancalia on the Sangarius. Phocas retreated eastward, perforce followed by Skleros, who defeated him again at Basilica Therma in Carciana. He now fled into Iberia, but was supplied with munitions and recruits by the king. David, and again entered Asia Minor in 979. On March 24 he came up with Scleros, and a third battle took place, which went against Phocas until he succeeded in overthrowing his rival in a single combat. Scleros was saved by his personal adherents, but his fall broke the only tie which bound the rebel army together. It dispersed or joined Phocas, who regained the Asiatic provinces almost without a blow. The last Sclerenian bands were suppressed in 980. For 8 years Phocas commanded the army in Asia, and was practically supreme there. His exploits call for no special notice. He maintained the frontier without difficulty, led several expeditions into Syria and Mesopotamia, and forced the Emir of Aleppo again to pay tribute. In Europe, about 978, Samuel, son of Shishman, became king of West Bulgaria. He was a man of extreme vigour and ability, and took full advantage of the preoccupation of the empire with the rebellion of Scleros. He entered Macedonia, and easily persuaded the Slavonic inhabitants to throw off the imperial yoke. In a comparatively short time he had extended his sway over the entire Balkan inland, west of a line drawn from Thessalonica to the Danube. It was almost entirely a peaceful conquest. Few places offered any armed resistance. Samuel gained Durazzo, and thus had a free outlet to the Adriatic, enabling him to have open communications with the enemies of the empire in the west. There, in 982, Otto II attacked the imperial possessions in Italy, but he sustained a great defeat from an army of Byzantine troops and African Saracens near Croton. The troubles in Italy satisfactorily account for the inactivity of the government until 983, but after that date it is hard to understand. Possibly Phocas would not give up his semi-independent and lucrative position in Asia for a far more laborious one in Europe. The court, too, was occupied with a contest between the Emperor Basil and the President. In 986 Basil had so far gained the upper hand that he was able to take command of the army in Europe. Samuel was now a formidable adversary. By 986 he had thoroughly consolidated his power in the Balkans inland. The Slavs, who had hoped to gain complete independence, soon found that they had merely changed the mild master for a hard one. The horse had taken the man on his back, and could not shake him off. To procure something like acquiescence in his government, Samuel was forced, even if he had not desired it, which there is no reason to believe, to keep the restless chiefs and their retainers constantly engaged in lucrative warfare. It is very doubtful whether the opposition to the empire was national. It seems to have depended almost entirely upon Samuel's personal ability and influence. The king's transference of his centre of power from Bulgaria to Macedonia was probably dictated largely by the necessity of holding down the ill compacted Slavonic tribes. His kingdom was almost as much a government without a nation as the empire. He established his capital first at Prespa, but soon shifted it to the more central fortress of Ochrida, which he peopled by forcing captives to settle therein. In 986 he invaded Greece and besieged Larissa. Basil marched from Philippopolis on Sardica, hoping thus to draw Samuel northward, but the plan did not succeed. The young emperor was untried in war. The army of Europe was not good, either as regards morale or discipline. Many of the officers were mere creatures of Lekapenos, and failed to do their duty with fidelity. The siege of Sardica failed, and on the retreat to Philippopolis, Samuel, who had returned from the south, struck in upon the line of march, captured the greater part of the baggage, and badly cut up the army, Basil himself escaping with difficulty. The defeat had disastrous results. Samuel took Larissa, carried off its inhabitants to Ochrida, and then overran Roman Bulgaria, which he conquered without difficulty, except the fortress of Silistria, and the district at the mouth of the Danube. Worse than this, Basil's apparent incapacity roused Phocas to revolt. It is probable that the President of the Senate was the real instigator, but Phocas was doubtless prompted also by personal ambition. On August 15, 987, he was proclaimed Emperor at the palace of Eustathios Maleinos in Carsiana. The revolt was distinctly an aristocratic and feudal one. Its supporters were the great landed gentry and their retainers. At this juncture suddenly reappears on the scene the long vanished figure of Bardas Skleros, who had been for 8 years half refugee, half captive at Baghdad. Phocas was therefore hampered by the necessity of dealing with his old rival, but he captured him by a piece of disgraceful treachery, and was able to devote all his energy to the task of dethroning Basil. The difficulties of the Emperor were enormous. His empire was divided against itself. The army of Asia was chiefly on the rebel side, that of Europe disorganized and demoralized. From Italy he could draw no reinforcements, and Samuel was conquering in Macedonia and Bulgaria. At home his most powerful minister was his secret enemy. Basil's best resource lay in himself. He was now over 30 years of age, and had learned experience in the school of adversity. Little or no attempt had been made before 976 to train him for the exercise of his duties. It is not clear whether this was due to his warrior guardians or to their supporter, the President. But it would certainly appear that the latter did all in his power to render his young masters ineffective by endeavouring to confine their attention to pleasure. With Constantine he succeeded, but Basil was both older and stronger, and broke loose from the idle splendour of the palace. His career, scanty as are the details which we possess of it, shows him to have been not merely a great warrior, but a true statesman, who had a clear perception of the evils of the times, and was unremitting in his efforts to remedy them. He was capable of forming great and far-reaching plans, and utterly regardless of himself as of others in carrying them out, patient, tireless, and morally pure. He never married; he had, indeed, taken monastic vows. In what his asceticism originated it is impossible to say. Possibly he possessed the curious hankering after the cloister which characterized so many East Romans. Perhaps a disappointment in love lay behind it. It had fatal consequences. Had Basil, like Leo III, been succeeded by a son trained by himself, the course of history might have been different. Of the avarice of which Basil is accused there is no proof. The charge of ruthless cruelty rests chiefly upon one terrible incident. He seems to have been naturally a kindly man of social tastes and habits. It was in his later years, when embittered by his long struggle against enemies within and without, that he became stern, harsh, and solitary. All through 988 Phocas was strengthening himself in Asia Minor, and Basil preparing to oppose him. In this year appeared the first proofs of his administrative activity, a novel on the ever-pressing land question. At the beginning of 989 he was suddenly threatened by Russia, whose king, Vladimir, son of Sviatoslav, seized Kherson, and sent envoys to Constantinople asking for an imperial princess to wife, and missionaries to teach him and his the Christian faith. Basil could not afford war at this moment. He offered his sister Anna to Vladimir, who handed back Kherson, and sent his brother-in-law a body of picked warriors. The alliance had important results, and Basil owed much to Vladimir's steady assistance. Then Basil prepared to meet Phocas. Half the rebel army was sent on under Calocires Delphinas to threaten Constantinople, while Phocas besieged Abydos. Basil, with a picked force, including the Russians, defeated Delphinas near Chrysopolis, captured and hanged him, and hastened by sea to relieve Abydos, accompanied by his brother, whom the greatness of the occasion brought into the field for the first and last time. The armies faced each other near Abydos, and a battle was imminent, when Phocas suddenly fell dead from his horse, probably from a stroke of apoplexy. His army dispersed or surrendered, and the revolt was at an end (April 23, 989). Bardas Skleros was now at liberty, but he was old, in ill health, and half blind, and was ready to lay down his arms. His son Romanus was in high favour with Basil, who offered the aged warrior free pardon, the restoration of his property, and the rank of Curopalates, and Skleros came in and submitted. Basil was astonished at his infirmity. "But," he added, "we trembled at this invalid yesterday." There was a momentary hitch at the strange meeting, for Skleros wore purple boots, and Basil refused to speak until they were changed. He then gave the old warrior a gracious welcome, and bade him to be seated. Skleros did not long survive, but during the remainder of his life assisted his sovereign by every means in his power. About this time the Emperor dismissed Basil Lecapenus from all his possessions, confiscated his entire property, and banished him. And so ended the long period of Lecapenian influence in Eastern Roman history, which had endured for 70 years (919 to 989). In 990 Basil visited Thessalonica, and placed there a large garrison under Gregory of Taron to observe Samuel and check his ravages. Next year he entered Armenia, where homage was paid to him by the assembled dynasts of the Caucasus region. Iberia had been ceded to him by the will of its king, David, but Basil preferred to recognize the dead prince's brother, Gurgen, as sovereign. He annexed the fortresses on Lake Van, and left Roman influence thoroughly established right up to and beyond the great mountain chain. For 2 years thereafter he was busy at home. The civil wars, despite the humanity which characterized them, had caused much harm. Basil strove to repair it, but the steady decline in the agricultural class he could not check. In 996 he issued another novel, and finding it evaded by the great landowners, proceeded to tax them heavily, and made them responsible for deficits in their poorer neighbours' payments. He was perhaps wrong. It may be that taxation of the rich recoils upon the poor, though in that case it can only be said that human society, as at present organized, is an inverted pyramid sustained by injustice. But it is impossible to withhold admiration from this brave idealist, who believed that the duty of the government is to protect the poor, and one wonders with grim amusement how many present day politicians would venture to practice the doctrine. In 994 the imperial army in the east was defeated on the Orontes, and next year Basil took command and swept through Syria in a brilliant raid, which reduced the frontier emirates again to submission, though Aleppo soon fell under Fatimid domination. Meanwhile Gregory of Taron had been slain, and Samuel seized the opportunity to invade Greece in 996. Basil, busy at the capital, sent Nicephorus Uranos to take command at Thessalonica. Samuel ravaged Phocis, Boeotia, and Attica, but could take no fortified town, and turned back. Uranos, pressing through Thessaly, reached Lamia, just as the Bulgarian king came through Thermopylae from the south. The flooded Spercheius separated the armies, but Uranos crossed it in the night, and attacked the Bulgarians in their camp, utterly defeating them, and all but captured Samuel. Durazzo was next restored to the empire by its governor Ashot, son of Gregory of Taron, to whom Samuel had entrusted the place, though he was a recently taken prisoner in the hope of conciliating him. It is probable that Samuel's intrigues had something to do with the recurring revolts in Italy, but the loss of Durazzo crippled him for mischief there, and the Catepans not only coped successfully with internal troubles, but conquered the northern district of Apulia, which received the designation of Catepanata about 1000. In 1000 Basil had thoroughly put his house in order and prepared to deal with Samuel. General Theodorokanos entered East Bulgaria and conquered it without difficulty, taking Old and New Preslava and Pliskova. Next year Basil took command at Thessalonica, and captured Berea, Vodena, and Servia. In 1002 he crossed the Balkans, overran western Bulgaria, and besieged Vidin. Samuel, after vain attempts to raise the siege, invaded Thrace, carrying desolation to the gates of Adrianople. But Vidin had already surrendered, and Basil, hurrying from the north, came up with Samuel in retreat at Scopias, and completely defeated him, capturing all his baggage and recovering the plunder and captives. Scopias was surrendered by Romanus, son of Peter of Bulgaria, but the hill fortress of Pernik held out under his chief Kruka, and Basil failed to take it. The details of the years 1003 to 1013 are most obscure and cannot be traced. All that seems clear is that every year Basil took the field, and proceeded steadily with the work of conquest. The rugged country was studded with strong hill forts, the reduction of which cost an immense amount of time and labour. But the task was stubbornly carried through. By 1014 Samuel was hemmed into a region roughly corresponding to the present vilayets of Monastir and Kosovo, and Basil was ready to strike the final blow. During these years there had been troubles both in east and west. The Caucasian princes were uneasy dependents, and Basil had to watch them carefully. His brother-in-law, Vladimir of Russia, was a faithful ally, and a large body of Russians served in the imperial army. But in Italy signs of disaffection were apparent. There had been always much discontent with the heretic Greek rule, and in 1010 Mellus, a citizen of Bari, headed a rising. It was put down by the Catepan Basil Mesardomites, but Mellus escaped, to give much trouble thereafter. In the summer of 1014 Basil marched from Thessalonica against Samuel, who was entrenched at Bielassicia near Strumicia, in the pass now called Demir Kapu. Basil judged the position too strong to be forced, and sent Nicephorus Xiphias with a strong column to make a wide turning movement on the south. Xiphias, after a toilsome march, reached the Bulgarian right rear on July 29, and the Emperor ordered the advance. The Byzantine army closed in from both sides upon its outgeneralled opponents. The positions were stormed, and Samuel fled for his life to Prilep, under cover of a gallant stand made by his son Gabriel Roman. 15,000 prisoners were taken, upon whom Basil, exasperated by the long war and the mischief wrought by Samuel's raids, wreaked his vengeance in horrible fashion. He blinded them all, leaving one man in every 100, one eye, that he might guide, and sent the hideous column to Samuel. We can only hope that the ghastly story is exaggerated, but whether true or only partly so, it has sufficed to damn Basil's reputation for all time. Nor did it have any effect in intimidating the Slavs. Samuel, indeed, died of grief and rage, but Gabriel Roman took command, and his followers were roused to furious resistance. For a time the struggle assumed a national character. Basil gained little more by his great victory than the command of the neighbourhood. Theophylactos Botaniates, governor of Thessalonica, was defeated and slain on Mount Strumicia, and the Emperor retired to Mosinopolis. But on hearing of Samuel's death, he again advanced and captured Prilep and Stobi. He was either ashamed of his cruelty or felt it to be useless, for he acted with the greatest humanity. Early in 1015 Vodena revolted, and Basil had to retake it. He deported many of its Slavonic inhabitants, replacing them by Greeks, and occupied and fortified the defiles to the west. He then captured Moglena, and deported its inhabitants to Armenia. At this juncture Gabriel Roman was assassinated by his cousin Vladislav. The latter sued for peace, but Basil refused all terms, and wasted Pelagonia nearly to the gates of Ochrida. In January 1016 a joint expedition of Roman and Russian troops conquered the Tauridan inland, still known as Khazaria, from its old possessors. Then Basil hastened to the east. Sennacherib, king of Vasparukan, a state about Lake Van, hard pressed by the Turks, had ceded his dominions in return for great estates near Sebaste. Many of the people migrated with their sovereign. Basil partially replaced them by Slavs, and having organized a new province, returned to Macedonia, though the season was far advanced. He lost 88 days in besieging Pernik, and finally retired to Mosinopolis. In 1017 Vladislav endeavoured to subsidize the Pechenegs to attack the empire, but in vain. Basil ranged up and down the kingdom of Ochrida, wasting all Slav estates pitilessly, and capturing the royal granaries at Catania. Vladislav dared not attack except at great advantage, and at last had his chance. He broke into the imperial line of march and cut off a portion of the column. Basil, who was resting, sprang on his horse and rushed to the point of danger, sending orders for all the divisions to support. Charging into the Bulgarian masses with his guards, he extricated the endangered troops, the terror of his name clearing a way for them. The corps commanders reached the field from every side, took offensive, and swept before them in rout and ruin the last army that Ochrida could array. Vladislav, in desperation, strove to open communications with Italy by seizing Durazzo, but was repelled and slain; and when in 1018 Basil reached the front, resistance was at an end. Vladislav's widow offered submission. Kruka of Pernik and Drogomoj of Strumitia surrendered, and were immediately created patricians. Basil marched thence to Skopjes, and so southward, chiefs and people submitting on every side, and entered Ochrida in triumph. He divided Samuel's treasures among his well-deserving troops, and behaving with great generosity to the survivors of the Shishmanid family. No alteration was made in the administration organized by Samuel for the cultivators. Everything was done to conciliate chiefs and people. Servia now came under the direct control of the empire. Belgrade and Sirmium were garrisoned, and a division of troops marched through the Dalmatian inland. The arduous struggle had ended in the complete establishment of the imperial authority in Balkania. In 1019 Basil made a progress through his conquests, and Greece to Athens, where no emperor had been seen for nearly 4 centuries. The old world glories of the city made a deep impression upon his stern and perhaps confined but lofty soul. He made splendid gifts to the city and the Church of the Virgin, once the Temple of Athene, and returned to Constantinople, which he entered in magnificent triumph. In Italy, Mellus, in 1017, had enlisted a band of Normans, and with them and an army of Italian malcontents twice defeated the imperial troops. Basil at once appointed as catepan Basil Boyanes, who in 1018 crushed the invaders at Cannae. Mellus escaped, but died in 1020, and under the new catepan imperial rule was greatly strengthened. The day of Italian separation was not yet. Then, in 1021, Basil proceeded to Armenia, where a coalition of Caucasian dynasts had been formed against further Roman extension. He was detained by a final outbreak of aristocratic turbulence under the distinguished general Nicephorus Xiphias and Nicephorus Phocas, son of Bardas. Phocas was slain by Sennacherib of Sebaste. Xiphias surrendered and was pardoned, and Basil was able to devote his attention to the east. He gained a great victory over the allies in Armenia, and wintered in Colchis, reorganizing that region. And next year he again took the field, ravaged Abbastia, and shattered the coalition in a final splendid victory on September 11. A general submission followed. Sembat, king of Ani, covenanted to cede his dominions at his death. Basil annexed certain districts, strengthened the frontier fortresses, and displayed his position as protector of Armenia by a raid into Persia. In 1024 he returned to Constantinople, but old as he was, and though he had made 30 campaigns, he was still full of energy, and began to organize a great expedition for the reconquest of Sicily. The attack was planned for the spring of 1026, but in December 1025 the old warrior sickened and died, aged 68, after a glorious reign of 62 years. To his warrior guardians he owed much, but the success of his later years was all his own. He left the empire secure on every hand, supreme from the head of the Adriatic to the Caucasus. So careful had he been of the interests of his people that he had levied no direct taxes for 2 years. And yet, though all his life he had been at war, he left a treasury reserve of £200,000 of gold, over £9,000,000. His one terrible mistake has been noted, as has his one shocking, but not incomprehensible crime. He rose to the height of his idealistic position as protector of the poor. No man ever waged single-handed a finer fight against vested selfishness. He stood utterly alone. Even Leo III is not so solitary a figure. We can appreciate his greatness only by remembering that alone, self-taught, unaided, he swept every opponent within and without from his path. There were still to be worthy and able rulers of the state for 40 years, yet the empire was to endure unbroken. For more than a century afterwards it was to stand apparently strong and splendid. But there was never to be again a warrior statesman like Basil II. It was in keeping with his lonely splendour that he was laid to rest, not with his ancestors in the Church of the Holy Apostles, but in the shrine of the Evangelists in the Hebdomon. And with him in his solitary tomb were buried the best hopes and ideals of the Roman Empire in the East. End of section 16. Recording by Mike Botes. Section 17 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botes. The Byzantine Empire. The Rearguard of European Civilization. By Edward Foord. Section 17. The Age of Women. Basil's successor was his brother Constantine IX, who had been his nominal colleague throughout his reign, but whose single appearance in public life had been at Abydos in 989. He was a man of fine presence, strong and stately, despite his 63 years. But his character had been spoilt by the purposeless life from which his masterful brother had broken loose, and he had no taste except for pomp and pleasure. He created his household eunuchs ministers, and the natural consequence was much misgovernment. All arrears of taxes were rigidly exacted. During his short reign Constantine raised and expended the revenue of 5, the outgo being mainly on pleasure. Many nobles and officials were disgraced for trivial faults, though it is probable that the sentences of blinding which were freely dealt with were mostly nominal. The general discontent was great. There is no reason for believing that Constantine was intentionally cruel or tyrannical. He was merely indolent and ignorant, and his eunuch ministers were to blame for most of the acts which made him unpopular. In 1027 the Pechenegs, attempting to profit by the accession of a weak monarch, invaded Bulgaria, but they were repelled by Constantine Diogenes, one of the most distinguished of the lieutenants of Basil II. A Saracen fleet entered the Aegean and began to plunder the Cyclades, but it was defeated by the provincial squadrons of Samos and Chios. In November 1028 Constantine fell ill. He had three daughters, but of these one was a professed nun. There remained Zoe, aged 48, a vain voluptuary, and Theodora, a year younger, a woman of very different stamp, severely chaste and devout. Both were unmarried, and the dying emperor proposed to wed Theodora to some great noble, and name her his successor. He finally fixed on Romanus Argyros in preference to Constantine Dalasenos, who was feared by the court eunuchs for his stern ideas of duty. He ordered Argyros to divorce his wife, and quickened his decision by threats of blinding. The lady saved her husband by voluntary separation, and entered a nunnery. The act deserves remembrance. Theodora, however, stubbornly refused to marry under such conditions, and Constantine, who was near his end, fearing to waste time, united Zoe to Argyros. On November 21st he died. For the next 30 years the empire was ruled by Zoe's husband. The Empress resembled Elizabeth of England on one side of her character, but had little of her practical ability, and regarded the possession of the throne merely as affording opportunities for pleasure. Romanus III was an estimable gentleman of 60, somewhat vain, but learned and not devoid of talent. He celebrated his accession by releasing all debtors from confinement, and remitted arrears of taxation, while he discharged the private obligations of the released prisoners. He ransomed unredeemed captives from the Pechenegs, and pardoned the victims of his predecessor's injustice. Other measures were less well advised. Large gifts were made to the Church, which was already far too wealthy, and the mutual responsibility of the rich for the taxes of the poor in the provinces was abolished. The step was not perhaps an unjust one. The law had been enforced with extreme severity by Basil II, but it marked the withdrawal of the head of the state from the position of protector of the poor. Romanus naturally sympathized with his order. The long struggle between emperor and nobility had practically ended in victory of the latter. Legislation for the benefit of the masses ceased. Feudal characteristics, which were already too apparent, became more and more pronounced. The reign of Romanus III and Zoe was disturbed by some conspiracies. Theodora was disliked by both, and they eventually succeeded in forcing her into a nunnery on the ground that she had been implicated in one of the plots against her sister. The distinguished general Constantine Diogenes was another victim. He killed himself to escape public execution. In 1030 Romanus took command of Syria against the emirs of Aleppo and Tripolis. He had no military experience, and a trifling reverse near Aleppo led to a wild and panic-stricken retreat to Antioch, during which the flying army lost almost all its baggage. The Emperor, cured of his desire for military glory, returned to Constantinople. His officers had better success. Antioch was defeated, the Emir of Tripoli gained over. George Maniakes, governor of Teluk, in northern Syria, won a brilliant little success over the enemy, retaking great part of the baggage lost by the Emperor, and was appointed general of Lower Media, about Samosata. In 1032 he captured Edessa, which now became a permanent possession of the empire. Aleppo again became tributary. The important fortress of Perkrin on the Perse-Armenian border was also gained. In 1031 an Afro-Sicilian fleet raided the Dalmatian coast, but was completely defeated. A second naval raid in 1032 was also defeated, and in 1033 the imperial fleet under Technias retaliated by a foray on the Egyptian coast. In Italy matters did not go so well. The restless Norman adventurers had learned the way to the south, and in 1030 they established themselves at Aversa. Internally the condition of the empire was not satisfactory. Asia Minor suffered from an outbreak of plague. There were also severe shocks of earthquake, and a famine which followed on these calamities produced such distress that the starving peasantry were driven to enslave themselves and their children. The economic consequences were disastrous, and though outwardly the empire was as imposing as ever, its strength was beginning to fail. Romanus III died on April 11, 1034, and Zoe, almost before the breath had left his body, married her handsome chamberlain, Michael the Paphlagonian, and proclaimed him emperor. Michael was a young man, probably not more than 30. He had commenced life as a money changer, and had obtained his post of chamberlain by the interest of his brother John, a eunuch of the household of Romanus III. He was exceedingly handsome in person, but was epileptic. He was an able man, and otherwise seems to have been estimable, though he is accused of having carried on an intrigue with Zoe during the life of her husband. John he created Orphanotrophos, minister of charitable institutions, and the latter became his prime minister for all purposes. Three other brothers, Constantine, George, and Nikitas, were promoted to high office, as was Stephen, a shipbuilder, the husband of the emperor's sister, Maria. The military nobles muttered angrily at being ruled by this family of low-born upstarts, though time had been when birth had been utterly disregarded as a qualification for the throne of the Roman Empire. They called them Conquerors, an allusion to the trade of Maria's husband. Greedy the Paphlagonians certainly were. Like all parvenus, they were intent on filling their pockets, though it does not appear that they were guilty of deliberate extortion. The fiscal administration was severe, but the surtax on land, from 4 to 20 nomismata, looks like a deliberate return to the policy of Basil II, of endeavouring to force the rich to pay their due share of the public burdens. But oppression there undoubtedly was, and for the first time we hear of riots against the collectors of the revenue. The increasing misery among the peasantry struck the Emperor's sister so much that she appealed for them to the Orphanotrophos, but without effect; and to the end of the Empire's political existence their condition merely went from bad to worse, until the time when the great fabric was a mere shell without a kernel, its heart eaten away by misgovernment and exaction. It does not appear that Michael was personally to blame for the evils of his times. He was probably more or less misled and misinformed by his interested brothers. It may appear strange that, being, like Basil I, sprung from the people, he had not a better perception of their miseries. But it must be remembered that Basil I was a peasant, while Michael IV was of the trading middle class, which as a general rule has little sympathy for the masses. Where Michael could exert himself, he showed energy and insight. He cleared the court of the eunuchs of Constantine IX, and though his treatment of Constantine Dalassinos, whom he imprisoned on somewhat improbable charge, may have been unjustified, this cannot be said of his spoliation of Theophanes, the avaricious Archbishop of Thessalonica, when his diocese was suffering from famine, had 3,300 pounds of gold (about £150,000) in his coffers. In 1034 a Saracen pirate fleet raided the Cyclades and Lycia. Myra was plundered, but in 1035 a second raid was entirely defeated, the prisoners being executed. In 1038 the Emperor's brother Constantine defeated an attempt to retake Edessa. In the same year Michael appointed George Maniakes governor of Italy, and ordered him to invade Sicily, where the Mohammedans were distracted by a quarrel between two brothers for the possession of the emirate. Michael made a mistake, though a natural one, in appointing his brother-in-law Stephen admiral of the fleet. The proud aristocratic general and the low-born admiral soon quarrelled, but at first all went well. Messina was stormed, an African army defeated at Rametta, and the eastern half of the island subdued during 1039. In 1040 another African army was completely defeated, but succeeded in escaping by sea. Maniakes blamed the admiral, whose fault it really seems to have been, stormed at and struck him. Not unnaturally he was superseded and imprisoned. Under Stephen the Moslems rapidly regained all the ground that they had lost, and by 1041 the Empire held only the district about Messina, which was gallantly defeated by the general Catacalon. In 1040 Servia revolted under Stephen Bogislav. It would appear that the rebellion was largely due to the endeavour of John the Orphanotrophos to establish direct rule over the country. An army under George Provatas, sent by Michael, was defeated, and Servia gained and maintained its independence. The loss of Servia was a blow to the pride of the Empire rather than a serious loss. As it was, it would not have been acquiesced in had Michael IV lived. But its immediate consequences were very serious, for the Bulgarians and Slavs of the old kingdom of Ochrida rose in revolt under Peter Delian. Again the Orphanotrophos, who had endeavoured to substitute a money tax for the present payments in kind, was responsible. Delian gained possession of many towns, and murdered all the Greeks who fell into his hands. He was joined by several Bulgarian officers in the imperial service, including Alusian, brother of Vladislav, the last king of Ochrida. There were dissensions among the various rebel leaders, but they captured Durazzo and invaded Greece, which they overran to the Gulf of Corinth, defeating the inhabitants of the wealthy manufacturing city of Thebes, who took arms to resist them. An attack on Thessalonica was however completely defeated. Alusion then intrigued against Delian, ousted and blinded him. But he had no confidence in his ability to resist the empire, and surrendered to Michael, who pardoned him. Michael was now slowly dying of dropsy, while his fits of epilepsy were of rapid recurrence. But he rose above his maladies, and made desperate efforts to suppress the revolt before the end which he expected should come. He assembled a great army at Thessalonica, and took command in person, though so weak that he had to be strapped to the saddle. Every evening he was taken from his horse, apparently at the point of death. But difficulty and danger disappeared before his dying energy. He pushed on, recapturing towns and recovering the lost districts. The rebel army was defeated and destroyed in detail. Delian was taken prisoner. In a few months Macedonia, Epirus, and Greece had been entirely recovered, and the Emperor, who had at least made a noble attempt to retrieve misfortunes for which he was hardly responsible, returned to Constantinople to die, December 10, 1041. Zoe decided not to marry again, but to crown as her colleague Michael, son of Stephen the Conqueror. He had not been trusted by Michael IV, though he bore the title of Caesar, and Zoe showed little wisdom in her choice. She required him to banish his uncles, but so soon as he was crowned he recalled them, placed all his confidence in Constantine, to the neglect of John, who had hitherto been all powerful, and had the baseness and ingratitude to depose his benefactress and force her into a nunnery. At once the people rose in revolt. When the point at issue was plain, they were always ready to assert their rights. "Down with the Conqueror!" was the cry, and the rioters marched upon the palace and stormed it, after a furious struggle with the guards and the households of the Emperor and his uncle. Zoe was restored, but, much to her disgust, the people, the supposedly servile and helpless Byzantine populace, insisted that her ill-used sister Theodora should be co-empress. She unwillingly consented. She was not anxious to press hardly upon the ill-conditioned boy who had dethroned her, but the people were not so placable. Michael and Constantine were blinded and immured in monasteries. It can hardly be said that the punishment was ill-deserved. Constantine's peculations from the treasury alone amounted to £5,300 of gold, about £240,000. Zoe, jealous of her sister and anxious to thrust her again into the background, now made a third marriage, at the age of 62. Her choice was Constantine Monomachos, an old admirer who had been exiled to Mytilene by Michael IV. His exile had been consoled by the company of a charming widow of the family of Skleros, granddaughter of the famous Bardas, and he made the extraordinary condition that he should not, on marrying Zoe, abandon the faithful companion of his adversity. Sclerena, as the lady was usually called, was installed as Augusta in the palace, and she was soon on excellent terms with Zoe, whom she knew how to manage, while her beauty and natural amiability, as well as her wit and grace, made her a general favourite with the lax courtiers. The people were of a different mind. They saw the concubine's equivocal position and loose morals rather than her grace and beauty, and at the feast of the 40 Martyrs in 1043 Constantine was attacked by the mob, who yelled, "Down with Sclerena!" and had to be pacified by Zoe and Theodora. Though a debauchee, Constantine X was by no means an unamiable one. He was extremely good natured. His life had been one of vicissitude, and he regarded the throne as a secure refuge from his troubles. He was a liberal patron of art and literature, and while he wasted much money on pleasure, it is to be remembered to his credit that he also expended large sums in the construction and endowment of almshouses and hospitals. He was a martyr to gout, which does not, however, appear to have spoiled his kindly temper. He may perhaps be compared with Charles II. Of England. He probably lacked the unscrupulous ability and readiness of that monarch, but was hardly so bad from the moral point of view. It would be a grave mistake to regard him with contempt. We shall soon have occasion to see the extreme precariousness of his position. The man who held his own against plots and open revolt, and died on the throne after the death of his wife, who appeared to be his only stay, cannot have been devoid of capacity. One act of the short reign of Zoe with Theodora had been the release of George Maniakes, and his appointment to the command in Italy, where the Normans and Italian malcontents were making great progress under Argyrus, son of their old leader Mellus. Maniakes defeated them near Monopoli in Apulia, but when he heard that the paramour of the sister of his personal enemy, Romanus Scleros, had become emperor, he proceeded to make overtures to the Normans, called them to his standard, and landed at Durazzo in February 1043 to contest the crown with Constantine. He was slain in battle near Ostrovo, and his mercenaries took service with the emperor. Another dangerous enemy was Stephen Bogislav, king of Servia, who invaded Illyria and repulsed a counter-invasion of Servia carried out by the imperial troops in the west. In 1043 the capital was suddenly threatened by another Russian attack. The pretext was the death of a Russian noble in a street disturbance at Constantinople. Constantine offered all reasonable reparation, but in vain. The Russians were determined on war. Their kingdom was far more powerful under Yaroslav the lawgiver than it had been under Sviatoslav, and it is clear that considerable success was expected. The expedition proceeded by sea. The fleet was now probably stronger for battle than the rude flotillas of Oleg and Igor. Constantine had made every preparation to receive the invaders, but on their arrival off the Bosphorus he again made an offer of peace. It was rejected, and the fleet sailed out to the attack. It soon became apparent that the Russian armament was far more formidable than those of old, and the first action was indecisive. Many Russian vessels were sunk, but a section of the Byzantine fleet was cut off and destroyed. A second battle had better results. The Russian armada was completely defeated, with a loss of 15,000 men. Fresh disasters by storms befell it on its retreat, and only a remnant reached Kiev. In 1046 peace was concluded, and thenceforth friendly relations were never interrupted. Russia became fast Byzantinized. Politically, the country underwent a deep decline after the death of the great king Vladimir Monomaque in 1125, and had neither will nor power to attack the empire. In 1047 Leo Tornikios, a relative of the emperor, raised a revolt. He was governor of Thrace, and Constantine wished to transfer him to Armenia, where there was danger from the Turks. Tornikios considered this equivalent to disgrace, and marched on the capital at the head of a motley gathering of troops, retainers, and armed peasants. There were hardly any troops in Constantinople. After picketing the impregnable land walls, Constantine had only 1,000 men in hand, and these he directed to make a sortie by the gate of Blackernay. They were driven in, and the Emperor, who was watching from the gateway tower, was in great danger, the arrows of the assailants showering about him. Next day Tornikius made a rash attempt to storm the city, and was completely repulsed. Troops from Asia reached the capital, and the peril was over. Tornikius made an attack on Redestos, was repulsed, deserted by his followers, and taken. On Christmas Eve he was blinded. Constantine's whole life on the throne was disturbed by plots. The conspirators, with few exceptions, escaped with very mild punishment. The good-natured emperor's kindliness was seldom ruffled. In 1048 the Pechenegs made another raid on Bulgaria, which was disastrously repelled, King Tirac and great part of his army being taken prisoners. The captives were partly sent to Asia as soldiers, partly settled in Bulgaria. But the Asiatic conscripts escaped and returned to Europe, joined their countrymen, and began to waste the Danubian districts. They were joined by the king, who had been somewhat imprudently released by Constantine, and the troops in the vicinity were twice defeated. Energetic preparations were now made. General Nicephorus Bryennios was placed in command, and Kegen, a Pecheneg refugee who had been first employed and then distrusted by the emperor, was again taken into favour, and directed to open negotiations. He was treacherously murdered by his countrymen, but the Pecheneg forays were curbed by the manoeuvres of Bryennios, and one of their hordes destroyed at Caryopolis. In 1050 they defeated Catacolon, who was wounded and taken prisoner, but his captors had conceived a rude chivalrous respect for him, and he was carefully tended and honourably released. The Pechenegs were afterwards defeated and forced across the Danube, and they then made peace for 30 years. In Italy, the withdrawal of Maniakes left everything at the mercy of Argyrus. Constantine was inclined to favour him, and created him vassal Duke of Apulia. The step was well advised. It was only by such means that the Italians could be kept in allegiance, but the problem was complicated by the presence of the Normans, who were not inclined to leave the country, and very ready to fight for their own hand. Meanwhile, in the east, the empire had attained its widest expansion by the cession of Ani in 1045, sorely against the will of King Gagik. A great deal has been said of the unwisdom of destroying this Christian barrier state, but it seems to the writer that Armenia was never more than what it had been in earlier Roman times, a ball tossed to and fro between two great powers. The states were full of internecine warfare. and were rarely able to maintain a good resistance against their Moslem foes. Taron and Vasparucan had been ceded by their rulers in despair of being able to hold them. Great part of the frontier had already passed into Roman hands. The final cession of Ani was merely a question of time. Gregory of Ararat also ceded his principality. Only Kars now remained independent. Gagik received extensive estates in Cappadocia. In 1048 the Seljuk Turks under Togrul Beg attacked the empire. This horde was originally part of a great Turkish empire of Central Asia, with which the pre-Heracleid emperors had corresponded. Commencing as mercenaries of Mahmud the Ghaznavid, they eventually overthrew the Buhawids, and made themselves supreme in Persia. In 1048 a Seljuk force under Kutulmish, cousin of Togrul Beg, attacked the Byzantine tributary city of Diyarbekir. It was repulsed, and being refused permission by the government of Vasparucan to pass through his territory, attacked, defeated, and captured him. Togrul thereupon sent his nephew Ibrahim to invade the empire. A vanguard of 20,000 men under Hassan the Deaf was defeated on the Stragma by Katakalon, then governor of Ani, and Aron the Shishmanid. On the advance of the main horde there were dissensions between the generals, Katakalon wishing to engage, while Aron urged the necessity of awaiting the arrival of Liparit, prince of Abazia, who was coming up. Ibrahim thereupon slipped past his enemies and sacked the great commercial city of Arzen (Erzerum), thereby inflicting a mortal blow on the prosperity of Armenia. The destruction and loss of life was doubtless terrible, though we can hardly credit Kamek's statement that the place contained 300,000 inhabitants. The destruction of Arzen was the beginning of woes for Armenia, which have never ceased to this day. Liparit arrived with 26,000 warriors, and a series of battles was fought with Ibrahim about September 18, 1048. Liparit was taken prisoner and his troops forced back, but Katakalon and Aron disposed of the hordes opposed to them, and the Seljuks retreated into Persia. Constantine ransomed Liparit, and Togrul, not to be outdone in generosity, gave the money to Liparit on his release. Next year Togrul himself invaded the empire. He defeated the troops of the independent state of Kars and captured and murdered their general, Tatul. But he failed to take the imperial fortress of Manaskert, and then retired. His raids were quite objectless. In 1052 there were Seljuk raids, and in 1053 Togrul again invaded Armenia in person. He ravaged several districts, but took no important town, and suffered the second repulse before Manaskert. The Empress Zoe died in 1050 at the age of 70. Her husband survived until 1054. He proposed to nominate as his successor Nicephorus Bryennios, general of the Macedonian theme. But the aged Theodora, who had been kept in the background for 12 years, now came forward, and was proclaimed Supreme Augusta by acclamation of troops and people. The news of her triumph embittered the last day of Constantine, and perhaps hastened his end. His reign, though internally the slow decay which has been noted went on unchecked, had now been externally inglorious. The losses of the preceding reign in Europe had been offset by gains in Armenia, and all attacks from without had been successfully beaten off. Theodora was a woman of considerable vigor and ability, but she was 74 years of age, and, though conscientious and well intentioned, was somewhat narrow minded and vindictive. She banished Nicephorus Bryennius and confiscated his property, and also superseded Isaac Comnenus, who commanded in the east. Internally she made her father's mistake of entrusting ministerial portfolios to her household eunuchs, but on the other hand she gave close personal attention to public business, thus avoiding his worst fault. Her reign passed away quietly. The only external event was an attack by the Seljuks on Ani, which was beaten off. Internally the empire was unusually prosperous. The people regarded with chivalrous reverence and respect this last austere and upright scion of the great Macedonian house, which had so long guided the ship of state with profit and glory. And so in extreme age Theodora reigned in peace for 2 years. She died on August 30, 1056, and with her the imperial line, which had ruled the empire for 190 or 236 years, came to an end. End of section 17. Recording by Mike Bodez.
Section 18 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Byzantine Empire, the Rearguard of European Civilization, by Edward Foord. Section 18, The Coming of the Turks. The disorderly elements, which had been sternly suppressed by Basil II and held in check by the ill-defined but powerful influence of the daughters of Constantine IX, broke loose on the death of Theodora. She had designated as her successor the aged general Michael Stratiotikos. Theodosius Monomachos, nephew of Constantine X, endeavored to seize the throne, but the puny revolt which he raised in the capital was put down with ridiculous ease. The authority of Michael VI was not upheld by an alliance with a lady of imperial blood, and he was face to face with the banded strength of the great territorial aristocracy which had grown up during the long centuries of frontier war, largely induced by it. The situation was very much what it had been under the successors of Justinian, but even more dangerous. The nobles were banded together by community of interests and disposed of very considerable military resources. Many of them could raise small armies from among their tenants and serfs, and a considerable part of the regular troops had feudal ties and sentiments. General Nikephoros Comnenos had been disgraced by Constantine IX for requiring his troops to take an oath to himself personally. The circumstance shows the curious semi-independent attitude of the military magnates. It was a member of this house of Comnenos who was chosen by the nobles as emperor. The Comnenoi do not appear very early in history. The first of whom we hear was Manuel, who defended Abydos against Bardos Skleros in 978. Like most aristocratic families, it would appear that they sprang from very humble beginnings. The plans of the aristocracy were precipitated and endangered by the rashness of Nikephoros Bryennios, who revolted prematurely and was captured and blinded. Isaac Comnenus was hastily proclaimed Augustus at Castamon in Paphlagonia on June 8, 1057. For the moment he was in danger, having few troops about him, but he was speedily joined by the distinguished General Catacallon with a strong force, of which he had obtained the command by forging an order. They entered Nicaea without opposition, and a spectacular but not very bloody battle was fought nearby, in which Isaac gained a complete victory. On August 31st, Michael VI abdicated, and on September 2nd, Isaac was crowned emperor in Hagia Sophia. It must be said for the nobles that they had chosen a strong man, though it is, of course, possible that they did not realize so much. Once on the throne, Isaac I remembered that he was the Roman emperor and not the mere spokesman of a party, and his former associates soon became alienated. He deposed the intriguing patriarch Michael Carularios and elevated in his place Constantine Lycoudes, who had been Constantine X's president of the Senate. The fact is worth noting. The strong Isaac I deliberately promoted a creature of the supposedly contemptible Monomachos. He appears to have made reforms in both civil and military departments. He was, we are told, hated by all, which points to alterations which struck at personal interests everywhere. The army was over-officered. Like the French army of Louis XV, it was full of young aristocrats who held commissions by virtue of birth and court favor. Isaac deprived them all. He repelled an invasion of Magyars and Pechenegs, but in September 1059 suddenly abdicated and retired into a monastery. He was in ill health, but there were probably other reasons. Perhaps he had already lost hope of being able to carry through reforms in face of the solid phalanx of opposition. In his place, the nobles appointed Constantine Ducas. Finlay remarks that his appointment does not reflect credit on Isaac's judgment, but probably he had little or nothing to do with it. The whole affair is clouded in mystery. We cannot even say definitely that Isaac's retirement was voluntary. At all events, Constantine XI reversed his predecessor's policy. He was supposed to have financial ability, but his measures were characterized by sheer idiocy. It is really difficult to select a milder word. How far he was ruled by a jealous civilian ministry we do not know. He must bear his share of the blame. His main idea seems to have been the formation of a treasury reserve at any cost. The method adopted was to starve the defensive services. Economy in time of peace may often be necessary and very salutary, but peace the Eastern Empire never knew. The Seljuk Turks had established themselves at Baghdad in 1056, and the whole force of their power was about to be directed against the empire. Yet in face of this, Ducas neglected the navy and reduced the army. The reductions were made on a principle not recognized except in comic opera. The spectacular officers who had been deprived by Isaac I were restored, while the rank and file were cut down. The pay of the native troops, who for 4 centuries had been the backbone of the army, was reduced. The effective service was starved and ruined to serve no useful purpose. In other ways, the emperor showed his pettiness. He had an affectation for letters, and was guilty of the bad taste of declaring that he prized his knowledge of literature above his imperatorship. A literary emperor who neglects his obvious duties is beneath contempt. In 1060, the Seljuks came through Taurus and sacked Sebaste. There were no troops to meet them, though 50 years before the raiders would not have passed the frontier. The Seljuks returned homeward unmolested, but, turning to seize a fresh success at Edessa, were gallantly repulsed. Next year there were other raids, and in 1063 the great Sultan Alp Arslan, who had succeeded Togrul Beg, crossed the Araxes and ravaged Georgia. Alp Arslan appears to have had definite ideas of conquest, as opposed to Togrul's mere plundering raids. The extraordinarily rapid movements of the hordes of mounted Seljuk bowmen made it extremely difficult to cope with them, even had the army been less ineffective. On June 6, 1064, Alp Arslan stormed Ani, the Roman capital of Armenia. The strong city, whose imposing ruins are described with appreciative care by Mr. Lynch, made a fine resistance, but fell at last, chiefly because there was no field force to make a diversion in its favor. Seljuk raiding bands penetrated the eastern frontier and rode over Mesopotamia, Melitene, Chaldea, and Colonia, killing and pillaging with little opposition. Constantine was as unfortunate in Europe. In 1064, Belgrade was taken by the Magyars, and next year the Tartar Uzes broke into Bulgaria, defeated such troops as could be opposed to them, and penetrated as far as Thessalonica and Chorlu, near the capital. There, however, they were defeated and dispersed, but meanwhile the Seljuks wasted without check. The general misery was completed by an earthquake, which did much damage in Thrace and Bithynia. Amid these misfortunes and disasters, mostly of his own making, Constantine XI died in 1067. His wife Eudocia Macrombolititsa assumed the regency for her young son Michael VII. Constitutional custom required that she should marry, but she chose to consult inclination in preference to policy and selected as her husband Romanus Diogenes, who had incurred the late emperor's deep suspicion. She thereby alienated the entire powerful house of Ducas in general, and in particular Constantine's brother John, whom he had created Caesar. Romanus, a soldier by profession and temperament, and hampered at home by the opposition of ministers and the enmity of the Ducae, had little choice, even had the external danger been less threatening, except to take the field. His difficulties were immense. Apart from his personal limitations, he was looked upon askance by many of the military nobles, and could not count upon their cordial support. These limitations also counted for much. He was hardly a good general, being rash and impulsive, and with little power of calm judgment. The army was in the worst condition. Many of the famous themes were mere shadows, and the means were lacking to restore them. The mercenaries were insolent and mutinous. All ranks were more or less demoralized. The military administration was out of gear. Equipment and transport needed renewal. Worst of all, the heavy Byzantine cavalry, which for 500 years had held every enemy at bay, could ill cope with the elusive Seljuks. The army which Romanus collected was a strange congeries of regular troops, feudal levies brought by the great Eastern nobles, and heterogeneous mercenaries. He committed a fatal error in taking the field before he could organize and reduce to order these discordant elements. The reason probably was that his uncertain position made it dangerous for him to remain inactive. Having assembled such forces as were available, he advanced to the Taurus, but meanwhile a mass of Turkish raiders slipped past his left flank, crossed Cappadocia into Pontus, and sacked Neo-Caesarea. Romanus marched to intercept them with a picked force, defeated them, and recovered most of the plunder. He then marched into Syria and fortified Manbij as a frontier station, but while thus engaged, another Seljuk horde swept through Cappadocia and Phrygia, sacked Amorium, and escaped. The first campaign therefore ended in very doubtful fashion, for if a Seljuk force had been defeated, 2 important places had been sacked, and the Turk, true to his nature, invariably massacred and destroyed. When he could not carry away captives, he murdered them. Every raid involved immense slaughter and destruction. 10 years of Seljuk warfare probably completed the destruction of the free peasant population of Asia Minor and enormously diminished the serfs. Many cities were destroyed, and those which survived, overcrowded with fugitives from the countryside, became mere dens of famine and pestilence. In 1069, the untrustworthy nature of the army was shown by the outbreak of a dangerous mutiny among the Norman mercenaries, which had to be suppressed before the emperor could take the field. Romanus advanced eastward in a wide front, and thus cleared wasted Cappadocia of Seljuk bands, but a horde defeated Philaritos, Duke of Antioch, and pushed into Lycaonia as far as Iconium. Romanus intercepted it as it returned through the Cilician hills. The Turks were caught and only escaped with great loss and the abandonment of their booty. Romanus's second campaign thus concluded with a victory, but the extreme mobility of the Turks was more than ever apparent. The emperor's victories availed little when his enemies were raiding his communications far behind him. Next year, Romanus did not take the field in person. His difficulties at home were great. The intrigues of the Ducai were endless and persevering. In Italy, the imperial authority, which Constantine X had upheld by his wise policy of conciliation, was tottering to its fall. The Normans were now masters in the open country and had taken between 1057 and 1070 most of the coast fortresses, including Taranto and Reggio. Only Bari held out, and in 1068 repulsed the Normans with loss, but they continued to threaten it, and it was evident that it soon must fall. Constantine XI had done nothing for Italy. Romanus did what he could, but it was little, and meanwhile the work of his 2 toilsome campaigns was undone. Romanus had left Manuel Comnenoi in command in the east. He was probably, as the emperor's nominee, ill supported by his jealous colleagues, and was defeated and captured by Kruj, the Seljuk emir, who commanded on the Tauric frontier, while the great Sultan Alp Arslan again invaded Armenia. He attacked and captured Maniskert and Aklat, while Kruj drove through Asia Minor, ravaging and slaughtering, to Konai, Colossae, which was taken and sacked in the horrible Turkish fashion. Alp Arslan, meanwhile, descended from Armenia upon Mesopotamia and attacked Edessa, but here he was stoutly met and repulsed. In 1071, Romanus once more took command. He concentrated on Sebaste, and decided in the first instance to recover Aklat and Maniskert. The army was thoroughly discontented and in a state of suppressed mutiny. The German mercenaries were especially turbulent. Discipline was bad, confusion reigned everywhere, the ill-supplied men plundered the countryside of the little left in it by Turkish raiders. The shadow of impending disaster already lay darkly upon the doomed host. The army was indeed large in number, perhaps 100,000 men in all. hardly more, probably less. It is quite certain that many of the Themes were skeletons. The march to the shores of Lake Van seems to have been accomplished without serious trouble. Manuscurt was retaken, a strong detachment under the western adventurer Russell Balliol besieged Aklat, covered by a second force under Tarkaniotes. All appeared to be going well when Alp Arslan himself arrived, called in all the detached Turkish hordes, and advanced to relieve Aklat. Romanus, on his side, sent for Russell and Tarkaniotes, but neither obeyed. They abandoned the siege of Aklat and retreated westward. It was practically a case of desertion in face of the enemy. Next, the emperor was weakened by the desertion of his Uzic mercenaries, a more comprehensible action since they were naturally attracted to their Seljuk kindred, but he was nonetheless determined to fight. His decision has been severely criticized. Quite possibly the desertions had overthrown his mental balance, and he had determined to stake all on a gambler's throw. Still, it must be remembered that Alp Arslan appeared disposed to venture battle, and that there was no reason to believe that in fair fight the mailed horsemen of the imperial army would not be able to break up the Seljuk host. The Sultan himself was not confident, and actually sued for peace, in spite of a trifling success which his advance guard had gained over that of the emperor. Romanus haughtily informed the envoys that before terms could be discussed, the Sultan must surrender his camp and retire. It was truly a case of pride before a fall, but nonetheless Romanus was right. Civilization, even at its last gasp, must ever remember its dignity in dealing with mere barbarism. By their works all men must be judged, and the work of the Turks gives them no claim to be regarded otherwise than as barbarians. The haughty terms were, of course, as haughtily refused, and on August 26 the great battle was fought. Romanus placed the eastern Themes under Alyattes, general of Cappadocia, on the right, those drafted from Europe on the left. He himself was in the center with his guards and the troops of the central provinces, while a very strong reserve, composed of the mercenaries and feudal levies, was led by Andronicus Ducas, son of the Caesar John. The line appears to have been closely formed and deep. The Seljuks were in very loose order for the better execution of their characteristic Parthian tactics. During the earlier part of the day, Romanus stood on the defensive, and the Seljuks, though they harassed his line, could gain no advantage. But at last his scanty patience was exhausted, and he ordered the advance. The army went forward in admirable order and began to roll the Seljuks back. The Thematic horsemen were armed with the bow as well as lance and sword, and were able to reply with some effect to the Turkish arrows, but no real success was gained, as the light-armed riders would not close. On the other hand, the Turks could not outflank or surround the army owing to its double-line formation. The emperor saw at last that the continual advance was a mistake, and decided to fall back on the camp for the night. The order was not obeyed with perfect precision, and inevitable occurrence, gaps began to appear, and the Seljuks edged into them. Thereupon Romanus ordered the front line to face about and beat off the Turks. This was done, but Ducas did not halt to support the emperor. Either he was treacherous, or he thought the battle lost, or he could not control the noble commanders of levies and the ill-disciplined mercenaries. The writer's own opinion is that the last theory is probably nearest the truth. The reserve marched away from the field unmolested, and so home, leaving sovereign, army, and doomed Armenia to their terrible fate. The wings were already separated from the center, and all was lost. Having isolated the divisions, the Seljuks surrounded them and destroyed them in detail. The wings fought well, but were broken up and mostly slaughtered, and the whole mass of savage horsemen closed round the center. There the emperor and his chosen troops made a splendid resistance, but at last, well on in the night, the column was pierced through, Romanus unhorsed, wounded, and taken, and the remains of his followers, fighting to the last against overwhelming numbers, were almost all cut to pieces. Romanus was perhaps saved by the fact that his imperial insignia were recognized by the Turks. In the morning he was dragged to the Sultan's tent that Alp Arslan might place his foot upon his neck. Yet the Sultan, having satisfied his vanity, or perhaps we should in justice say, complied with custom, treated his captive well. He offered to conclude peace on condition of receiving a ransom of 1,000,000 or 1,500,000 dinars, or numismata, and a yearly tribute. He seems to have desired to turn his arms towards the east. Romanus perforce consented. The two gallant foes appear to have conceived a mutual liking, but Romanus, wounded and a prisoner, never forgot that he was a Roman emperor, and when, in conversation, The Sultan asked him in what manner he would have been treated had he been captive instead of captor. He grimly replied that he would have been flogged like the robber that he was. Gibbon indulges in one of his customary slighting remarks upon this haughty bearing of a captive sovereign, but he entirely misunderstands the situation. Romanus, whatever his personal character may have been, it was not bad or contemptible, was the sovereign of a great civilized state. The Turkish Sultan, brave and just as he was, only the leader of a robber horde. This is all that can be said. Nothing is more base than to contemn estimable persons on the score of their low material civilization, but purposeless destroyers have no claim to favorable regard. Romanus remained only a week with his captor. He returned home to encounter a far more terrible fate at the hands of his own people. The Caesar John had seized his opportunity, had proclaimed himself regent, and had forced the unfortunate Eudocia into a convent. Romanus made an attempt to recover his position by force, but was defeated and captured. He sent all the money in his possession to Alp Arslan, with a message of mournful magnanimity. Had I remained emperor, all that I promised I would have performed. I am now but a betrayed prisoner, but I send thee all that I possess. This Byzantine gentleman evidently thought it his honorable duty to keep faith even with a robber chief. It is one more of those incidents which remind us that the Eastern Romans were far from degenerate weaklings. John could not allow Romanus to live. The hapless emperor was blinded in such brutal fashion that he died, and so in ruin and horror ended the career of a man who, in courage and energy at least, had been no unworthy wearer of the purple. It is curious that the Seljuks for some years after Maniskert left Asia Minor almost alone. Alp Arslan died in 1073, and the Seljuk Empire was broken up into many conflicting emirates. This, however, was of little benefit to the empire. Russell Balliol revolted in Asia Minor, defeated and captured the Caesar John, and all but set up an independent principality. To put him down, the young Michael VII enlisted Seljuk mercenaries. He was eventually defeated and captured by a young general, Alexius Comnenoi, whom we shall soon have occasion to note, but peace did not follow. There was a revolt in Bulgaria, fresh civil broils in Asia Minor, while plague and famine wasted the provinces. Michael VII was a more contemptible Constantine XI. He seems to have learned under the tuition of the literateur Psellos all that could unfit him for his duties. He spent his reign shut up in his palace, occupied with frivolous pursuits. Even his nickname of the peck-filcher, given because the administration, during a famine, sold only 3 pecks of wheat to the bushel, was probably not personally merited. He counted for nothing. In 1077 there was still an imperial army about Edessa. It was defeated and driven westward by the Seljuks. Asia Minor was already full of them. The interior was probably so deserted owing to the disappearance of the freeholding cultivators and the ravages of war that the intruders were before long in a majority in provinces which had once been the main strength of the state. Their progress was assisted by the fact that in Central Asia Minor the towns were few and they were glad enough to pay tribute to escape sack. Of the details of this momentous occupation, which went on quietly, and perhaps sometimes imperceptibly, for 20 years, we know hardly anything. There was little concerted opposition. The remains of the Byzantine army were engaged in civil wars, but doubtless there was plenty of purposeless havoc and destruction. The net result was that by 1081 the Seljuks were established on the central plateau, and that many cities paid tribute to them. Cilicia was full of Armenians who had migrated from their desolate homes, and were forming a kingdom among the Taurus Mountains. In the northeast, a dynasty called that of Danishmend, the schoolmaster, had arisen. It owed a very slight allegiance to the Grand Sultan of the Seljuks, the Pontic provinces still held by the empire. In 1078, Michael VII was deposed by a revolt headed by Nicephorus Botaniates, who thereupon succeeded to the throne. Nicephorus III had been a brilliant warrior, but he was now old and had no energy except for debauchery. His principal stay was the young general Alexius Comnenoi. Nicephorus Bryennios, general of Macedonia, revolted. Comnenoi routed him at Calabria, and also defeated another rebel, Basilakes, but his very success made him an object of terror to his master. Meanwhile, in Asia Minor, Nicephorus Melesinos gave up Nicaea to the Seljuks. Internally, the distress and disorder continued to increase, and Nicephorus debased the coinage to meet his needs. Comnenoi now married Irene Ducas, great niece of Constantine XI. The emperor took alarm, and Comnenoi, with a motley army of regulars, mercenaries, retainers, and volunteers, marched on the capital. The gates were opened to his adherent George Palaiologos on April 1, 1081, and Comnenoi, after slight opposition, was proclaimed emperor as Alexius I. Nicephorus III retired into a monastery. Alexius was unable to restrain his motley horde of followers, and there was a great deal of pillage and outrage. For the first time for many centuries, the great capital tasted a little of the horrors of war. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Byzantine Empire, the Rearguard of European Civilization, by Edward Foord. Section 19. The Comnenoi, the Last Great Rally, Part 1. Alexius I was now about 33 years of age, a short, somewhat insignificant-looking man, with an inclination to opulence, troubled also with a slight hesitation in his speech. He had already acquired great reputation as a general, especially by his clever defeat of Bryennios at Calabria. Otherwise little was known of him. He was destined to do much for the broken empire, and by his curious limitations of character was to leave much undone. The external situation of the empire in 1081 was as bad as it well could be. The whole of the provinces east of the Hellespont were in the hands of the Turks, with the exception of a few isolated fragments. The Balkan provinces were in disorder, and more or less disaffected. In Italy the Normans had completed the conquest of the imperial possessions, and their great chief, Robert Guiscard, was preparing to invade the empire. The general situation was not perhaps outwardly worse than it had been in 717, but actually it was much more serious. Leo III had a large and vigorous peasant population with which to work in his task of regeneration. In 1081 the peasantry of Asia had disappeared, and those of Europe were mostly aliens or semi-aliens of recent conquest, entirely devoid of sympathy for the empire which had absorbed them. Leo had had to combat and dominate a powerful bureaucracy, but Alexius was surrounded by an overshadowing territorial aristocracy as well. The army was a mere wreck. Its only really effective corps were the famous Foreign, or as it was now styled, Varangian Guard, which, since the Norman conquest of England, had been recruited by a strong draft of sturdy Englishmen and a force of 10,000 Immortals, which Alexius had formed a few years before. The navy had been neglected for many years. The imperial fleet was almost non-existent. The provincial squadrons had decayed owing to the disorganization of the Asiatic coast themes by Turkish eruptions. Meanwhile, the trading cities of Italy, whose strength had been steadily increasing during the previous century, had built considerable fleets. Pisa, Genoa, Amalfi, and above all Venice, possessed large naval resources, and Robert Guiscard, assisted by the South Italian ports, was building up a navy. Venice was still nominally part of the empire, and came to the support of Alexius. But its allegiance was very precarious, and had to be secured by the donation of commercial privileges which were harmful to the prosperity of the empire. In any case, the imperial position at sea was bad. It depended upon external aid. The thalassocracy of New Rome was at an end. The personality of Alexius counted for much. Professor Oman distinguishes him from Leo III by describing the latter as a hero, while Alexius was only a statesman. Heroism is not incompatible with statesmanship. Leo was even more of a statesman than a warrior. Alexius was not devoid of heroic qualities. On one side of him he was a good type of the Byzantine warrior, noble, a fine tactician, and a gallant fighter. He was resolute and persevering, and ill success never daunted him. His fertility of resource was remarkable, and not less so his power of turning an opportunity to good account. But with all this he was not a statesman of a high order. He was the author of no great scheme or reform. His statesmanship was limited to devising means of coping with each emergency as it arose. His most successful stroke of policy, which had far-reaching and highly successful results, was his appeal for help to the West. But here we shall see that his over-caution prevented him from fully profiting by the successes of the Crusaders. It must be remembered that the times were against him, and that in spite of all he succeeded in preserving the empire, and in strengthening it, so that it endured for another century. But though he did much, he might have done more. For the present he had much ado to maintain himself in Europe. In June 1081 Robert Guiscard took Corfu, and landed in Epirus with 30,000 men. He forthwith laid siege to Durazzo, which was gallantly defended by George Palaeologos. Alexius made desperate exertions. He made a truce with Suleiman, Sultan of the Seljuks of Asia Minor, leaving him in possession of nearly the entire peninsula, and obtained a body of horse bowmen for his army. He sent the, according to European notions, enormous sum of 144,000 numismata to the Western Emperor Henry IV, who was on bad terms with the Normans and their patron, the famous Pope Gregory VII. But the subsidy did not infuse much additional vigour into Henry's somewhat futile operations in Italy, which, however, may have contributed to induce Guiscard to return to his dominions in 1082. More effective were Alexius's dealings with Venice, whose sympathies were still Roman. Liberal subsidies and permission to trade with his ports free of custom duties brought a large Venetian fleet on the scene under the Doge Domenico Silvio, who severely defeated the Norman squadron under Guiscard's son Bohemund. Meanwhile Guiscard was busied with the siege of Durazzo. The defence was in the highest degree gallant. The blockade at sea was necessarily imperfect. By land Palaeologos repelled all Guiscard's efforts, destroyed his siege machines and towers, and held his own for month after month until in October Alexius at last appeared upon the scene with a large but very unreliable army. Guiscard was forced to raise the siege. He had suffered very heavily, but Alexius made the mistake of giving battle with his untrustworthy troops. He had exchanged some of them with Palaeologos, who now himself commanded one of the imperial divisions, but he clearly had little control over the motley force. The Varangian guards in the van, under their commander Nampites, charged the Norman line before Alexius could support them, and drove the left wing into the sea. but Guiscard was able to concentrate upon and destroy them before help arrived. Alexius, who was hurrying to their assistance, was caught in the melee, and had to fight his way out. Thereupon the rest of the army, with commendable discretion, but very doubtful loyalty and courage, faced about and retreated in haste, though half of it had not come into action. Its loss was not heavy. The 6,000 slain were mainly Varangians, but it was completely routed and scattered. In 1082 Durazzo, after holding out for several months longer, at last surrendered. Guiscard was forced to return to Italy to aid Pope Gregory against Henry IV, but Bohemond overran Epirus and took Ioannina. In 1083 he advanced against Alexius, who had rallied fresh forces, routed his new levies easily, first near Ochrida and then at Arta, and captured Castoria. Ochrida, however, repulsed Bohemond, who thereupon turned southward into Thessaly and besieged Larissa, which held out gallantly under Leo Cephalas. Alexius advanced to its relief, and was this time successful. His generalship was good. The Normans were severely defeated. Bohemond retreated to Durazzo and thence to Italy, while Alexius recovered Castoria. In 1085 Alexius and his Venetian allies besieged Corfu, but Guiscard completely defeated the Venetian fleet and broke up the siege. It was a stroke of good fortune for the Empire that he died soon after. Alexius then besieged and recovered Durazzo and afterwards Corfu. He rewarded Venice by the grant in fief of Dalmatia. His seat upon the throne was very insecure during these years, and there was more than one plot against him, but they were successfully overcome. In 1086 the Seljuks took Antioch, which for 15 years had maintained itself, a forlorn outpost of the Empire in Syria. North of Antioch they hardly advanced. Cilicia and the Cappadocian Taurus were full of desperate Armenian refugees, who formed a very effective barrier against further progress, and maintained an isolated existence in their fastness, while the rugged Trapezontine province also remained untouched. Elsewhere Asia Minor was full of semi-independent Seljuk emirs, though about this time they were brought into some kind of temporary subordination by the great Sultan Malek Shah. The Seljuk power in the peninsula was a very fluid and uncertain quantity. The Danishmend state, which included Sebast, Sivas, Comana, Tokat, Kabira, Niksar, Albarta, and Malatia, was practically independent. Scarcely had Alexius freed himself from the Norman war when he was assailed by the Pechenegs and Cumans, who poured into Thrace in 1087. They were defeated by Nicolaus Mavrokatakalon and forced back to the Danube, but in 1088 Alexius, endeavouring to drive them beyond the great frontier stream, was defeated at Silistria. Thereupon their hordes again swarmed into Thrace, and for more than 2 years Alexius was engaged in an extraordinary partisan campaign near Constantinople. It is certain that he often headed a mere handful of men. More than once he was in imminent danger. Even when successful, he failed to drive the barbarians from the province. But at last he succeeded in sowing dissensions between Pechenegs and Cumans. The latter came over to his side, and thus strengthened he took the offensive and entirely defeated the Pechenegs on April 29, 1091. The European provinces were now clear of invaders, but they must have suffered greatly. In the same year Alexius concluded a treaty with Malek Shah in Asia Minor. It is surprising to find that it was to his advantage. He recovered Nicomedia and several maritime towns, and soon afterwards recaptured Sinope by stratagem, thus reopening communication by land with the long isolated Trapezontine provinces. The Seljuk emirs were prone to action on their own account, however. In 1090 Zach of Smyrna defeated an imperial squadron at sea. In 1092 he actually proclaimed himself Roman Emperor. He was defeated near Ephesus by John Ducas, brother of the Empress, but in 1093 was able to besiege Abydos. He was, however, murdered during the siege. The position of Alexius in 1093 was that he was more firmly seated on the throne than in 1081, that he had consolidated his position in Europe and had begun to recover Asia Minor. Malek Shah had died in 1092, and his successor at Nicaea, Daoud Kilij Arslan I, had too much trouble with the Danishmend and Seljuk emirs to attempt recovery of Nicomedia and Sinope. Alexius was in fresh danger. In the time of his trouble he had sought help from the West. Possibly his appeals and diplomacy would of themselves have effected little, but the dull, brutal cruelty of the Turks had made an immense sensation among Europeans, who had hitherto been able to make pilgrimages to Palestine with little interference from the Caliphs. With the question of the motives of the Crusades we have not to deal. The diplomacy of Alexius, religious feelings, the commercial instincts of the Italian cities, all played their part. In 1093 Alexius was apprised that Western Europe was arming, and would soon be in his territories. He probably spent that year and the next in reorganizing the defences of the European provinces. In 1095 bodies of enthusiasts, including comparatively few fighting men, made their way eastward. Their pillaging propensities gave great trouble in Hungary, and yet more in the Empire. Some of them, under Walter the Penniless and Peter the Hermit, eventually reached Thrace. They were a mere barbarian horde, half armed and entirely without discipline. Alexius quietly passed them over to Asia, where they were promptly massacred by the Seljuks, a few only, including the leaders, escaping. Next year the main mass of the crusading warriors of Europe began to arrive. Their numbers were undoubtedly vast, though there were certainly not as many as 100,000 horsemen, much less 500,000 infantry. There is some reason to think that at the battle of Antioch in 1098 they put about 50,000 men into the field. This at a time when they had suffered enormously from a year's warfare under a burning sun and the horrors of a long blockade. Possibly they may have mustered 120,000 fighting men at Constantinople. The number of non-combatants was doubtless large. Troubles were endless. The Westerners were mostly barbarians of a type not at all above the Teutonic invaders of the Empire in the 5th century. Their leaders were as illiterate and nearly as coarse and brutal as their followers. They had not the remotest conception of civilized peace and order. They were so poor that even had they been willing to buy their own food, they had not the means. The leaders, some of them at least, were anxious to keep the peace. But even the best of them could ill comprehend a state of things in which life was sacred and property secure. Many were too haughtily ignorant to attempt to do so. One of the greatest, Bohemond, was an old foe of the Empire. No doubt Alexius found it hard to understand their blind enthusiasm, but his policy towards them could hardly have been avoided. His subjects were clearly his first consideration. There was doubtless cheating of the ignorant barbarians by his contractors, but as their supplies were paid for by his subsidies, they had little reason to complain. Business, otherwise swindling, is always the same. Contractors make their market with equal indifference out of Romans, Crusaders, or British armies of the 20th century. Of course, the Crusaders declared that the Greeks betrayed them. It would have been strange had it been otherwise. But division after division reached Constantinople in a state of confusion and indiscipline not worse than that in which they had started from the west. From Nish onwards they lived on supplies furnished by the Emperor. Alexius succeeded in so arranging matters that no two divisions of the great irregular horde were camped before the capital at one time. He also induced all the chiefs, except Raymond of Toulouse, to do him homage. Even Bohemond was persuaded into doing so, a most remarkable proof of the force of the Emperor's personality, though of course he had a large army in Constantinople, and the Norman chief who had measured swords with him had not the illusions as to his weakness which possessed the stupid, arrogant barons of France and Germany. Alexius also persuaded the Crusaders to restore to him all their conquests, which were old imperial possessions. On his side he undertook to supply them, and there is no doubt that many of the chiefs received large sums from him. In June 1097 the united forces of the Empire and the Crusade besieged and took Nicaea, which surrendered to Alexius rather than to the savage Westerners, and caused thereby a tumult among the latter, who were thirsty for pillage. Alexius smoothed matters over by a large donation, and the crusading host moved on. Kilij Arslan, to concentrate a sufficient force against them, had to summon to his help the emirs of Western Asia Minor. A few weeks after Nicaea the Crusaders blundered among the Seljuk horde near Dorylaeum, and by some accident gained a complete victory. They moved across Asia Minor, now in great part a desert, and losing very heavily, chiefly through ignorant incompetence, reached Antioch, and took it late in the year. During the greater part of the march they had been accompanied and assisted by a division of imperial cavalry under Tatichios. In Antioch the main host was besieged by the whole levy of Mesopotamia and Asia Minor under Kerbuka of Mosul, but in 1098 succeeded in defeating it. The division under Tatichios was the only Byzantine force which cooperated with the Crusaders. They loudly exclaimed against the Emperor's treachery and slackness. Mutual recriminations ended in the chiefs sending a plain-spoken message to that effect, that, if he joined them with his troops, they would hand over to him all their conquests. Alexius refused to come, and so the Syrian acquisition of the Crusaders became a series of Western feudal states. Alexius, in fact, had been busy in Western Asia Minor. He has been often scornfully compared to the jackal following the lion, but such criticism is barely sensible. He was obviously bound to take full advantage of the withdrawal of the Turks. He marched steadily through Bithynia, Mysia, Lydia, and Caria, recovering them with little fighting, since the Turkish bands remaining were few. In 1099 it was the same. The Crusaders took Jerusalem, and next year defeated the Fatimid army at Ascalon, while Alexius was busy recovering Phrygian fortresses and reorganizing the long separated provinces. From the military point of view he did his work well. He accorded a wise measure of local independence to the frontier cities, and organized a system of defense of the Bithynian hill passes by means of military colonies. Economically he could do little. The Seljuk ravages had exterminated the peasant proprietors. And though Alexius rebuilt and repopulated Tralles, Cannae, and other towns, this was done by collecting within them refugees from districts which were left bare from insecurity. In 1103 Bohemond, now Count of Antioch, was taken by the Danishmends. Alexius was already moving to the recovery of Cilicia, having now established himself in the west, and his troops reoccupied Seleucia. Meanwhile, however, the Pisans, who were friendly to Bohemond, had declared war on Alexius, and entered the Aegean with a large fleet. Near Rhodes they were defeated by the imperial fleet under Tatichios and the Italian Landulf, and thereupon made peace. But the indomitable Bohemond had escaped to Europe, and was collecting mercenaries for another invasion like that of 1081. In Cilicia the imperial army had considerable success. Tarsus, Adana, and Mopsuestia were taken, and the Armenians of Taurus brought under vassalage. Alexius himself was at Thessalonica, preparing for the advent of Bohemond, but none the less he had during the following year and afterwards two strong armies in Asia. During these years he was assailed by numerous plots, of which the last was in 1107. They were all put down, and the conspirators punished, but with mildness. Cruelty was not among the vices of Alexius. In 1107 Bohemond crossed the Epirus with more than 200 ships and 45,000 miscellaneous mercenaries, and once more laid siege to Durazzo, which was defended as stoutly as in 1081. Alexius acted with great skill and caution. He moved to the neighbourhood of the place, and after much skilful manoeuvring practically blockaded his antagonist in his camp, when his army slowly dwindled away with famine, disease, and sporadic fighting. After persisting bravely but uselessly for many months, Bohemond at last gave up, and sued for peace, promising to become a faithful vassal of the empire. Antioch had been gallantly defended by his nephew Tancred, but Bohemond had been reduced to helplessness. It was evident that the empire was far stronger than in 1081. Internally the effect of the victory was that plots against the emperor ceased. He spent the next 3 years in the labour of reorganization, not unsuccessfully. In 1111 Bohemond ended his restless life. In the same year Hassan, Emir of Cappadocia, made a raid into the imperial territory. The Seljuks were now more or less hemmed in by the imperial advance and by the Danishmed state, in the northeast. Their headquarters were at Iconium, 300 miles from their old station at Nicaea, but their nomadic habits left them little alternative to plundering. Hassan was defeated, but 4 years later the Seljuks made another murderous raid, right up to the Aegean. This called Alexius again into the field, though now 68 years of age and failing in health. He cleared Phrygia of the Turkish raiders and pushed forward as far as the Philomelion, about 70 miles from Iconium. He did not choose, however, to attack the Seljuk headquarters. No doubt a further advance through the ruined country about Lake Tata was risky. He began to retire, and the Seljuks attacked him. They were completely defeated, and the campaign ended in victory, but left the chance of regaining Central Asia Minor more remote than ever. The country had been so ruined that the march from Philadelphia or Laodicea to Iconium was a task of immense difficulty. The net result of the reign of Alexius was that he had regained, and to some extent reorganized, Western Asia Minor. Alexius died 2 years later, in 1118, at the age of 70, after a troubled reign of 37 years. His last act was to refuse to disinherit his son John in favour of his eldest child, the famous Anna, and her husband Nicephorus Bryennios. Anna was several years older than her brother, and had a strong desire for power. Her husband was not in sympathy with her, but her mother used all her influence on her behalf without avail, and is said in her disappointment to have taunted the dying emperor with his hypocrisy. The charge was not perhaps without truth, but the incident does the empress no great credit. According to his lights, Alexius has done his duty to the empire. He had failed to do much towards economic recovery. Perhaps he could, in any case, have done little. He was hampered with a large circle of family connections, for whom he thought himself obliged to find salaried posts and elaborately coined titles. His subtle diplomacy had not always been successful. His dealings with the Crusaders had done harm as well as good, and had exposed him to not absolutely unfounded charges of treachery. But still he had raised the empire from its degradation, and had left it in a better condition than had been the case since the days of Constantine X. End of section 19. Recording by Mike Botes. Section 20 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botes. The Byzantine Empire, the Rearguard of European Civilization, by Edward Foord. Section 20. The Comnenoi, the Last Great Rally, Part 2. John Comnenos was about 31 at the time of his accession, a harsh-featured man of insignificant appearance, black-haired, and so dark of complexion that the Constantinopolitans called him Mauro Johannes. But his character was in strong contrast to his unprepossessing personal appearance. He was by far the best of his line, strong, brave, hard-working, of excellent intentions, not without capacity for peaceful administration, mild and forbearing. The first internal event of his reign was a palace intrigue against him, directed by his sister. It was defeated, but the Emperor took no harsh measures against Anna, and actually restored her forfeited property. He set himself to do all in his power to moderate the severity of taxation, which was now reaching a pitch of intensity like that in the earlier empire under Theodosius and Justinian. Zonaras, a retired minister of Alexius, and hardly likely therefore to be prejudiced overmuch against his order, says bitterly that the best traditions of Roman kingship were dead, that constitutional government was a thing of the past, and that the Comnenian administration slaughtered the people like sheep, ate their flesh, and sucked their very marrow from their bones. Possibly this terrible indictment applies to the days of Manuel I rather than those of Alexius or John, but it is quite clear that the economic condition of the Empire was steadily proceeding from bad to worse. The foundation of the Latin kingdom of Jerusalem had diverted to the Syrian ports much of the trade which had formerly passed through the Empire. The commercial privileges conferred on Italian cities had aggravated the evil. The vast revenue of the Macedonian emperors could not now be raised with ease. Everywhere the receipts showed signs of diminution. The deficit was made up by new and crushing exactions, with the natural result that the population declined steadily in prosperity. Worse still, the expenditure on the court was heavier than ever before. The many branched imperial house absorbed vast sums yearly. Internal economics were entirely neglected. Roads and public works fell fast to decay. The old fear of further diminishing the revenue by employing taxpayers in the defensive services led to the repetition of the blunder of Theodosius and his successors. The army was swamped with expensive and more or less unreliable mercenaries. The vitally important naval force was allowed to decay. John did his best. Details of his reforms are lacking, but there is no doubt that they consisted mainly in careful economy. He was a warrior by birth and training, but it does not appear that he waged unnecessary war. He curtailed expenditure on the court as far as possible. He seems to have had a strong personal dislike for ostentation. He had a great aversion for unnecessary bloodshed. Capital punishment was in abeyance during his reign. It is a thousand pities that we know so little of his measures, but there is no doubt that he won, as no Roman emperor had ever won, the love and trust of his people. Before long the nickname Mauro Johannes was tabooed among the delighted Constantinopolitans, and for all time thereafter the ugly dark-skinned emperor was Calo Johannes. Men had recognized that the unsightly body enclosed a beautiful soul. In 1120 John took command in Asia, and captured Laodicea and Sozopolis, thereby securing southern Phrygia. And in 1121 he recovered great part of Pisidia and Lycia. Alexius had held only the coastline. Next year he was called to Europe by a Pecheneg invasion, which he repelled by a victory at Beroe in Hymus. In 1123 trouble threatened with the Servians. Next year John drove them across the border, but they now called in the aid of the Hungarians, who in 1125 took Belgrade and advanced as far as Sofia. At a place called Kran they were defeated by John, and for the rest of his reign gave no more trouble. In 1126 John again took the field in Asia Minor, invaded Paphlagonia, and captured Castamon, which had been the seat of his family before the Seljuk conquests. The result of his first years was that the position of the Empire in Asia had been much improved, and land communications established with Cilicia and Pontus. The Emperor seems for the present to have been satisfied. For several years thereafter he devoted his attention to internal affairs. It was doubtless during this period that most of his administrative reforms were carried out. There were some bickerings with the Venetians in 1127, which were successfully dealt with. The 10 comparatively quiet years (1127 to 1136) have another interest. John was busy refounding, resettling, and reforming. But it was then, probably, that he became thoroughly acquainted with the critical economic state of his realm. When in 1137 he again took the field, his operations were directed towards Syria. Professor Oman considers that this policy was strategically false, but to the writer it seems that it was economically sound. The Emperor probably hoped to obtain possession of the Syrian ports, and so control once more the trade of the Levant. In 1137 John entered Cilicia and established effective control over the Armenian state in the Taurus, and then entered Syria and took Antioch, making the Latin county tributary. Next year he invaded Mohammedan Syria. It was the first time for 50 years that the imperial eagles had been seen there. He was ill supported by the Latins and failed before the Khazar, but in its main results the campaign was successful. John considered it decisive enough to permit him in the following year to devote his attention to the north. Here he was opposed by the Danish Mends, against whom he was entirely successful, taking Nixar, Neo Caesarea, and considerably advancing the frontier in Paphlagonia and Pontus. His success alarmed the Seleucs of Rome, who in 1141 pushed raids into Phrygia and Bithynia. They were, however, repulsed, and in 1142 John retaliated. He conquered Pisidia up to the shores of Lake Caralis, removed the semi-independent cultivators on its islets into the empire, an ill-advised economic measure as Finlay points out, and marched triumphantly through southern Lycaonia into Syria, wasted the county of Antioch, and then retired to Anazarbus, where he wintered, intending to take up again his great scheme of conquering Latin Syria. He was in the midst of his preparations, when on a hunting expedition his arm was accidentally pierced by a poisoned or dirty arrow. The wound mortified quickly, and on April 8, 1143, in his 55th year, John died. His reign of nearly 25 years had been very successful. Territory had been recovered, the administration carried out with an efficiency that it was never again to know, and the financial problem met by strict economy and prudence. Roman traditions had disappeared under the successors of Theodora III. Good and careful government passed away with John II, the one ruler of the Roman Empire whom his subjects called the Good. John's designated heir was his youngest son, Manuel, a curious figure in history, somewhat of a Byzantine Coeur de Lion. There was some natural family opposition, but Manuel was loyally supported by his father's Turkish minister, Aksuk, and seated himself on the throne with little difficulty. He was not devoid either of statesmanship or military capacity, but was reckless, vain, fickle, and extravagant. The last vice was fatal in its effects on the empire. The results of John's wisdom were soon effaced. Taxation pressed harder and ever harder upon the provincials, and matters came at last to the sad condition which evoked the bitter observation of Zonaras: "Manuel's reign is only a record of wars, some of them sufficiently purposeless, and none productive of really solid results." Manuel was a pronounced Westernizer, alike in policy, in direction of conquests, and in matrimony. His ideas were directed to Europe. He neglected, during the greater part of his reign, his father's design of steady consolidation in the East. At first, however, he showed signs of following it up. In 1144 he took up command at Anazarbus and marched into Syria. Antioch was again entered, but Manuel was content to display his power, and made no attempt to carry out his father's wider plans. He left in command in Cilicia his cousin Andronicus, one of the most extraordinary figures in Byzantine history, and returned to Constantinople. Andronicus was defeated by Tauros of Armenia in the following year. In 1145 and 1146 Manuel pushed raids far into Seljuk territory, but they were purposeless and had slight effect. In 1146 the fleet of the Normans of Sicily seized Corfu, and raided Greece, sacking Thebes and Corinth, and carrying off many experienced artisans and silk weavers. Manuel for the present could not avenge the insult, for the hosts of Germany under Kaiser Conrad III and of France under Louis VII were already descending upon him in the Second Crusade. There were more chances of friction in 1147 than there had been in 1095 to 1097, for the Emperor of the West was present in person. Manuel has been accused, like Alexius, of treachery, but there can be no doubt that the disasters which befell the Crusaders in Asia Minor were mostly due to their lack of elementary military science. The only man among them who appears as being in any sense capable of command was an obscure knight named Gilbert, who directed the march of the French army to Attalia. Both armies were either destroyed or otherwise reduced to impotence in Asia Minor by the Seljuks. A mere remnant reached Palestine. Then, in 1148, Manuel turned against the Normans. He recovered Corfu, and his fleet ravaged the coast of Sicily, though George of Antioch made a daring reconnaissance into the Propontis, firing arrows in defiance into the gardens of the imperial palace. There was little serious fighting, but peace was not formally made until 1155. Manuel was flattered by King William's expressions of submission, but of course these conveyed nothing substantial. In the same year the Servians made a raid into the empire. Manuel promptly advanced against them, defeated them on the Drina, overran the country, and reduced it to vassalage, though it needed constant punitive expeditions to retain it in anything like permanent subjection. Hostilities next broke out with Hungary, doubtless owing to Servian appeals and intrigues. Manuel forestalled the Hungarian attack, crossed the Danube, and wasted southern Hungary, garrisoning the captured towns. King Geza II attempted to recover Brantsova, which was defended by Andronicus Comnenos, but the Emperor relieved it by a rapid march, though he considered his cousin's conduct so equivocal that he deprived him of his command. In 1153 peace was concluded. Servia was probably left in the lurch, otherwise status quo was maintained. In 1152 Andronicus, who had been again entrusted with a command in Cilicia, was defeated by Tauros for the second time, and disgraced by his certainly long-suffering relative and emperor. After a considerable delay, Manuel entered Cilicia in person in 1155, brought Tauros to complete subjection, and once more reduced Antioch, which under Reginald de Chatillon had shown signs of rebellion, to submission, remaining in the east until 1157. The Seljuks of Rum were now under the energetic Sultan Kilij Arslan II. He attacked Manuel on his homeward march, but was severely defeated, and thereupon made peace, determining to consolidate the Turkish possessions on the plateau before renewing war. He was a man of considerable ability, and in a visit made by him soon afterwards to Constantinople, he probably formed a good idea of the Emperor's unstable character. For some 18 years thereafter there was peace, at least nominally, between the Empire and the Sultanate, and during this period Kilij Arslan conquered and absorbed the Danishmend Emirate, and united the whole central plateau under his rule. In 1158 Baldwin III, King of Jerusalem, was at Constantinople, and from that date thereafter the crusading state was always more or less dependent on the Empire. The agreement was sealed by the king's marriage to Manuel's niece, Theodora. In 1161 the peace with Hungary was broken. Giza II in that year was succeeded by Stephen III, but Manuel claimed the right of nominating the successor, and set up a prince named Ladislaus. Stephen III was driven from the throne, but Ladislaus only lived for 6 months. Manuel appointed in his place another Stephen, but he was detested as the symbol of the country's servitude, and deposed, Stephen III being reinstated. Manuel seems to have convinced himself that the new king's position was too strong to be assailed, and in 1163 again concluded peace, Stephen ceding the fortress of Zugmin (Semlin), and his brother taking to wife Maria, the Emperor's daughter. There was, however, civil war in Hungary between the two Stephens, and Manuel took advantage of it to invade the country once more. Peace was brought about by the mediation of the King of Bohemia. Manuel in all this shows to poor advantage. He concluded and broke treaties, and made war, with very slight reference to anything except his unstable desires. Byzantine influence was evidently dominant in Hungary, but it does not appear to have been popular. In 1165 Stephen declared war and recaptured Zugmin, but next year Manuel came upon the scene, retook the place, and marched into Croatia. By the end of the year he had conquered nearly the entire country between the Danube and the Adriatic, and had recovered Dalmatia, which, as we have seen, had been donated in fief to Venice by Alexius I, but had been conquered by Colomán of Hungary. In 1167 Manuel returned to Constantinople, and his troops in Hungary were severely defeated. He was himself in bad health, and in 1168 he could not take the field, but placed his nephew Andronicus Contostephanos in command. A great battle was fought near Zugmin, and the Hungarians entirely defeated. A treaty of peace followed, by which Manuel retained all Croatia and Dalmatia up to the Save, and Zugmin and its neighbourhood. Until the end of the Comnenian period, Hungary was politically subservient to the Empire. In 1170 Manuel was approached by Amalric I of Jerusalem for assistance against Egypt. He assented, but the fleet which he fitted out, though over 200 strong, was of inferior quality. The navy had been so much neglected that it was impossible to produce a really effective force, and though the victor Zugmin was in chief command, he could effect little. Damietta was besieged, but the Latins gave little or no assistance, and the expedition was a failure. Amalric visited Constantinople next year; perhaps he was obeying a summons. He probably had some awkward explanation to make. Manuel utilized the opportunity to make a display of his pomp and power. Amalric returned to Jerusalem well furnished with gold. The Emperor's help undoubtedly contributed much to the prolongation of the existence of the decaying crusading state. Meanwhile war had broken out with Venice. The great naval republic was probably annoyed because Manuel had not renewed the grant to it of Dalmatia. Commercial jealousy also contributed to force on war. Manuel had entered into alliance with the Genoese and Pisans, who were rivals of Venice in the Levantine trade, and with the commercial town of Ancona. Venice declared war in 1171. The struggle lasted for 3 years, but was absolutely indecisive. In 1172 Venice seized several Dalmatian ports and a fleet, under the Doge Vital Micheli, sailed up the Aegean and captured Chios. Manuel was again unprepared. Doubtless the failure of the Egyptian expedition had further disorganized the fleet, but by 1173 a large force had been put together, which proceeded to attack the Venetians. The latter had suffered terribly from disease, and were in no condition to offer resistance. Chios was recovered, and finally only 17 shattered galleys reached Venice. So great was the exasperation and alarm that the unfortunate Doge was assassinated. The Venetian attack on Ancona was repelled with great loss, with the help of Ferrara and the Countess of Bertinoro, and in 1174 the Republic was glad to conclude peace on the basis of maintenance of the status quo ante. Then, too late, Manuel decided to resume the recovery of Asia Minor. The chances were less favourable than in 1097. Kilij Arslan had united all the Seljuk and Danishmend Emirates beneath his banner. Manuel began operations by fortifying Dorileum and Subleon, near the headwaters of the Meander. This was treated by the Sultan as a casus belli. In 1176 Manuel gathered a large army at Laodicea, and advanced on Iconium. Kilij Arslan had collected all his forces and attacked Manuel in the passes near Myriokephalon. The Emperor displayed the grossest lack of foresight and precaution, and advanced without making any attempt to reconnoitre, or even, as it appears, warning the officers to keep proper order. When the army was fairly entangled in the pass, Kilij Arslan gave the word to attack. Seljuk horsemen charged into the head of the crowded column, and poured down the slopes on either side. The troops, taken by surprise, and without space wherein to deploy, could make no effective resistance. Manuel lost his head, and thought only of saving his life. His guards brought him safely through the disorder and carnage to Myriokephalon, but his spirit was broken, and so far from attempting to restore order among the fugitives who were pouring in, he sat in listless despair, though his forsaken troops were still making a gallant fight. Several officers succeeded in keeping their men together, and in making a way out of the fatal defile. Andronicus Kontostephanos, who commanded the rearguard, behaved in a manner worthy of his reputation. His position was the most dangerous of all, but the men closed their ranks round their victor of Zeugmen, and forced their way steadily ahead through the wild confusion. Their loss was heavy, but the general and all who survived got through safely and in order to the Emperor. The army had been as much frightened as mauled. Half of it, probably, never struck a blow, but the slaughter had been great, and it had lost all its stores, military chest, and baggage. Yet it rallied quickly, and the Seljuk horde made no attempt to close. The Sultan probably recognized that his victory had been due to exceptional circumstances. Manuel himself had lost heart. His self-confidence had been shattered forever. The excellent conduct of his nephew and other generals only threw his own poor behaviour into higher relief. In his distress after his flight he asked for water, but when it was brought he dropped it in horror, as he saw its crimson tinge. "Christian blood!" he groaned. And from the gloomy groups about him a voice spoke out boldly. "What of it, Augustus? You have drunk your subjects' blood all your reign." It was a bitter allusion to the remorseless taxation which had crushed the life out of the empire. One wonders if the bold speaker knew Zonaras, and what was his after fate. So low had Manuel's spirit sunk that he despaired of making his way home, and made overtures for peace. Kilij Arslan was nothing loath. He exacted only that Dorylaeum and Subleon should be dismantled. Manuel consented and destroyed the walls of Subleon, which was not far off, but the energetic remonstrances of the staff appear to have recalled him to himself, and he repudiated the treaty. In 1077 Kilij Arslan sent a large army down the Meander. It took or received ransom from Tralles and Antioch, and storming several fortresses made its way to the coast, where it filled a cart with sand and seashells to prove to its Sultan that it had indeed looked upon the Mediterranean. But it did not bring them back. On its retreat it was attacked by John Ducas Vataces and utterly defeated. Kilij Arslan thereupon invaded Cilicia and besieged Cladiopolis, but Manuel, now more of his former self, arrived by forced marches from the west, and swept the besiegers across the mountains to Iconium. In 1078 peace was concluded, apparently on the basis of the status quo. The Seljuks might snatch a success, but were clearly no match as yet for the empire. But Manuel had one little credit. It was Andronicus Kontostephanos who had saved the disaster at Myriokephalon from becoming a catastrophe. It was Vataces who had repelled the invasion of 1077. Manuel died on September 24, 1080, at the age of 58, after a reign of 37 years. His character has been demonstrated by the record of his actions. He was not the equal of his two predecessors, who were both tolerable statesmen and good soldiers, and of whom John was certainly a successful administrator. Manuel was a crowned knight errant. His best political designs were spoiled by feeble execution. Even in Hungary, where his success was considerable, he showed great vacillation. His conduct at Myriokephalon shows him in a very bad light, and in strong contrast to his indomitable grandfather. His internal administration was as bad as it well could be, conducted without regard to any other consideration than the payment of his mercenary armies. Externally, despite the comparative failure of 1176 to 1178, the empire was great and powerful. It had extended towards the west, and Hungary was its vassal. Its influence was still great in the Caucasian region. But internally matters were almost hopeless. The free agricultural population of Europe was disappearing, as that of Asia had done. The people were ground down by exactions. Everything was in disorder. There was a splendid court and a fine army, and that was all. The empire was a whited sepulchre already tottering, ready to fall before a vigorous push, unless heroic measures were taken. Manuel's successor was his son Alexius II, the offspring of his third wife, Maria of Antioch. His short reign was chiefly occupied in struggles for the regency. The young emperor's relative, Alexius, was the chief assistant of the empress mother at first, but he was gradually supplanted by Andronicus, that first cousin of Manuel, whom we have already more than once encountered. After his second fiasco in Cilicia, he had been imprisoned for many years, but after strange vicissitudes and extraordinary adventures had been pardoned. His character was as strange as his escapades and adventures. Professor Oman curtly describes him as an unscrupulous ruffian, but this is only a part of the truth. He was a ruffian, but a most able and accomplished one. He was entirely reckless of human life, but he was a statesman, a better one than any of the Comnenian Caesars. Scoundrel as he was, he won the passionate love of more than one woman. He was a man of singularly temperate life, and at 70 was still strong and hardy, with the facial aspect of a middle-aged man. In 1183 he finally obtained the upper hand. Alexius Comnenus and the distinguished general Andronicus Contostephanos were blinded. Maria, the emperor's sister, poisoned, and the hoary schemer completed the bloodbath by strangling both the young emperor and his mother. When the murderers had done their work, he came to view the dead, and kicked the emperor's corpse as it lay. "Your father was a villain," he said, "your mother a harlot, and you were a fool." How much of the sweeping assertion was true is doubtful, and for Andronicus to make it was like Satan rebuking sin. By such means Andronicus obtained the supreme power, and another side of his complex character came into play. He set vigorously to work to reform the administration. He abolished the sale of offices, which under the Comneni had become common, and effected great improvements in the administration of the law. He set himself sternly against the overshadowing influence of the aristocracy, and his capacity and grim energy made him a dangerous antagonist. There were rebellions against him, but they were of family origin, not popular in any sense of the word. The most prominent was that of Isaac Comnenos, governor of Cilicia. Andronicus was quite capable of dealing with them. He spoke of marrying again. He was so handsome and vigorous, despite his 74 years, that the idea seemed not all absurd. More dangerous than a rebellion was an invasion of the Sicilian Normans in 1185. Their army took Durazzo and marched with little opposition across Macedonia to Thessalonica, which also fell into their hands. Andronicus was preparing to march against them when the end came. His anti-aristocratic policy had now fully developed, and execution after execution drove the nobles to despair. One of them, Isaac Angelos, arrested in his house, cut down the imperial emissary and raised a revolt. Andronicus had earned hatred on every side, and no one would lift a hand on his behalf. He was absent from the capital, and when he returned was seized and slowly done to death. He bore his sufferings with a patience which might have become a better man. With all his monstrous vices and crimes, he was probably the ablest of the Comnenoi, at all events the only one who clearly discerned the signs of the times, and his death was a fatal blow to the declining empire. End of section 20. Recording by Mike Botez. Section 21 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Byzantine Empire. The Rearguard of European Civilization. By Edward Foord. Section 21. The Angeloi. The Traitor's Stroke. Isaac Angelos was a sovereign of a type which hitherto we have hardly met in East Roman history. He was a mere spectacular figure, handsome, a fine courtier, but without capacity for government. His elevation was a disaster. The times were such that a vigorous ruler was urgently needed. Vile as he was, Andronicus might have saved the empire had he survived for 10 years. Under the Angeloi, hope was soon lost. At first Isaac II showed some vigour. We should perhaps rather say that the measures initiated by Andronicus were carried out without interference by the new emperor. The Sicilian army was advancing on the capital from Thessalonica. A Sicilian fleet was in the Propontis. An army under Alexius Branas covered Constantinople. Isaac propitiated it by prompt payment of arrears and a handsome donation. The total cost was £4,000 of gold, about £190,000. A fact which shows how wealthy, even in its decline, the empire was, as compared with the barbarian West, where half this sum would have been thought enormous. The army was still efficient when well led. Branas defeated the Sicilians before Mosinopolis, and following them up, caught and again routed them at Amphipolis. They retreated in headlong flight to Durazzo, and forthwith evacuated the empire, the fleet withdrawing at the same time. A Seljuk raid was bought off, and Isaac might hope for quiet. But in 1186 Bulgaria rose in a revolt under three brothers, Peter, John, and Asan. The cause was undoubtedly fiscal oppression. The first effort was defeated, but in the same year an expedition to Cyprus, where Isaac Comnenoi had now established himself, was repulsed. In 1187 Isaac's uncle, John, defeated the rebels, but they gained in their turn a success over John Cantacuzenios and crossed Hymes into Thrace. Isaac now, much against his inclination, placed Alexius Branas in command. Branas defeated the Bulgarians and cleared Thrace, but then proclaimed himself emperor and marched on the capital. Isaac only saved himself by enlisting in his behalf Conrad, Marquis of Montferrat, afterwards famous in the Third Crusade, who was then in Constantinople. The troops of Branas arrived outside the gates and attacked, but were repulsed. Then Montferrat sallied out and defeated them, killing Branas. His death was another misfortune for the empire. He was a good general and might have made a good emperor. He could not have been worse than Isaac. In the confusion of the civil war, the Bulgarians steadily made headway, and in 1190 the great Western Emperor, Frederick Barbarossa, reached the East on his way to the Crusade, and there was fresh trouble. Isaac had no love for Crusaders. There was peace between him and the famous Salah ed-Din Yusuf, now supreme in Egypt and Syria. The ill will of East towards West had been becoming steadily more pronounced since 1144. Barbarossa had to fight his way through Thrace, but his great personality cowed Isaac. Peace was made, and Friedrich crossed to Asia. In 1190 he fought his way through Asia Minor, and had almost reached Syria, when he was drowned in the Kalykadnos. The name which he left in Germany is well known. In 1191 Cyprus was finally lost, owing to Comnenoi's quarrel with Richard I of England. In 1192 Isaac at last took the field against the Bulgarians. He was defeated, and Varna, Nish, and Sardica, which had hitherto held out, fell one after another. Yet next year Isaac defeated the Servians, who had now joined in the revolt, and reduced them to submission. Clearly the situation was still far from desperate. In 1194 the Bulgarians made their way through Hemus into Thrace. They failed to take Adrianople, but pushed forward to Arcadiopolis, and defeated an imperial force under its walls. The way was now clear for an advance on the capital, but they probably felt no confidence in their power to capture the great city, and retired northwards. Isaac had done nothing, employing his time in gorgeous festivities in the palace. The court expenditure rose to the enormous sum of £4,000 of silver a day, though every department of the administration was starved for want of money. To raise funds all the expedients of bankruptcy were called into play. Offices were bought and sold as formerly, and new ones recklessly created and put up for sale. No pay was attached to any posts, either of old or new creation. The officials, as Nikitas bitterly says, were sent forth without purse or scrip, to recoup themselves by oppressing the provincials. The empire had all but lost the last semblance of a constitutionally governed state. Its condition would have appeared evil past description to any one who had known the well-being of the Macedonian times. Even to those who could only remember the decadent days of the Comnenoi, it was evident that matters could not well be worse. Misgovernment had the usual results. Brigandage began everywhere to raise its head. As men fled from the intolerable oppression of those worse brigands who called themselves imperial officials, the rule of the law everywhere relaxed. Anarchy grew apace. In 1195 the weak monarch felt himself forced to take energetic measures. Great preparations were made for a renewal of the war, but before Isaac could take the field he was dethroned and blinded by a coup d'état effected by his brother Alexius, with whom he had never been on good terms. He had reigned about 9½ years. He was not a positively bad man, merely weak and pleasure loving, not actively cruel or malignant, but as a ruler he deserved little but contempt. Alexius III was not long in showing that he was yet more worthless than his brother. Isaac had once or twice roused himself to display of energy, but Alexius was absolutely inert. He was ruled in all things by his wife Euphrosyne, a specimen of the bad type of society woman, clever, shameless, dissolute, and, what was of the worst import for the bleeding empire, a reckless spendthrift. Alexius made an ostentatious declaration at his accession of his intention of instituting reforms. As a matter of fact, nothing was done. The disposition of patronage was managed by Euphrosyne and a ring of courtiers who made their market out of it, while the disorder of the administration was at its height. The army, mutinous and unpaid, melted away to a shadow, and the navy was literally non existent, hardly a ship being fit for sea, while the ministers of marine sold the stores and equipment almost without concealment. The people, though growing steadily more and more exasperated at the increase of taxation, had no means, except revolt, of expressing their sentiments. They were hardly aware of what was going on. A sale of naval stores, for example, which left the arsenal half empty, could be easily advertised as a disposal of useless superfluities. For the present there was little trouble in Asia. The Seljuk Sultanate was torn by civil war. In Europe Asan, the Bulgarian leader, was assassinated by a noble named Ivan, who took service with the Empire, and until 1200 faithfully guarded the passes of Hemus against Calo John, or Dionysius, Asan's successor. In 1197 Henry VI, the great Emperor of the West, threatened the Empire, and Alexius ground his subjects yet more for money to buy him off. In 1198 there was a revolt in Macedonia under Croesus of Strumicia, which was put down in the following year, but in 1200 Ivan the Bulgarian broke out in rebellion. He was betrayed and put to death, and then, for once in his life, Alexius, or his ministers, made a great effort. Peace was made with the new Vlacho-Bulgarian kingdom, and exertions were made to restore order in the European provinces. For the moment a return of tranquillity seemed at hand, but peace was of little avail without reform, and though there was no longer a war on the borders, anarchy continued to increase. At Constantinople the Empress's conduct was the chief subject of gossip during these years. She eventually went a little too far, even for her invertebrate husband, by indulging openly in a criminal intrigue with a Ducas Vataces. The brilliant imperial prostitute was exiled and even imprisoned for several months, but Alexius found himself lost without her unscrupulous cleverness, and Euphrosyne was forgiven, released, and was soon flaunting herself before the loungers of Constantinople more gaily than before. Alexius could take his ease once more. His instincts were those of mere self gratification. He was in this respect more contemptible than his brother, who had some artistic tastes. In a fool's paradise of gorgeous pageants and banquets, the infatuated monarch dreamed away the years, while without the palace walls confusion ever became worse confounded, when suddenly, without warning, the blow fell. In 1203 he heard that a Venetian fleet and a Western army, accompanied by his nephew Alexius, son of Isaac II, who had succeeded in escaping from Constantinople, were on their way to dethrone him. The Western army consisted of French, Flemings, and Italians, under Baldwin of Flanders and Bonifacio of Montferrat. It had gathered at Venice for a fourth crusade against Egypt and Syria, now under the vigorous rule of El Adil Saif ed-Din Mohammed, brother of Salah ed-Din Yusuf. El Adil was a pronounced Westernizer. He had contracted a chivalrous acquaintance with Richard Coeur de Lion during the Third Crusade, and was alive to the importance of the trade with the Italian cities. He had granted trading privileges to the Venetians, who were by no means disposed to enter upon hostilities which would rob them of them. They kept the Crusaders loitering near Venice until their scanty funds were expended, and then, under the guidance of the famous Doge Enrico Dandolo, suggested that they should pay for their passage by mercenary service. To this Baldwin of Flanders agreed. Montferrat was already deep in Dandolo's schemes, and the crusading host proceeded by sea to Zara, which in weakening of the empire in the Adriatic had become independent, and stormed it for Venice. The plunder, however, under the careful manipulation of the Venetians, did not yield enough to pay the passage of the army to the east. Dandolo then proposed that the expedition should be diverted to Constantinople. Young Alexius Angelos appeared in the camp soon after the fall of Zara, and added his entreaties. He was lavish in his promises of assistance of every kind, if they would restore his father, and the prospect of pocketing Byzantine gold began to seduce the greedy western barons. Still all was not over. The great Pope Innocent III, the promoter of the crusade, was already angry at the expedition against Zara. Baldwin of Flanders had scruples, as well he might have, as to the morality of the proceeding, but he was persuaded by Dandolo and Montferrat not to abandon his comrades. The Pope, who would probably have excommunicated the army and Venice alike, had he got wind of the nefarious design, was kept in complete ignorance. The agreement finally made was that Venetians and Crusaders should reenthrone Isaac II, and receive 200,000 marks of silver and a reinforcement of 10,000 troops for service in Syria. To propitiate the Pope, a clause was inserted to the effect that the Eastern Church was to acknowledge the supremacy of Rome. There can be little doubt that Dandolo saw from the first that the conditions were not likely to be fulfilled without friction, and that then Venice would be able to use the barbarian host to destroy her commercial rival. The Venetians were the moving spirit in the great act of international piracy, and upon them in general, on Dandolo in particular, the guilt must mainly rest. In July the whole force of Venice and the Crusade reached the Bosphorus. The Westerners were apparently 30,000 to 40,000 strong. As to the Venetian numbers we know nothing. No effective resistance could be made. The only reliable troops in the capital were the Varangian Guard, half mutinous for want of pay. The navy was almost non-existent; only 20 ill-equipped vessels could be put in commission. The Venetians probably had 5 times that number of galleys. The army was put on shore some distance from the capital, and the tumultuary force which attempted to oppose its march was dispersed without difficulty. The Crusaders' attack on a section of the land wall was repulsed by the Varangian Guard, but the Venetian fleet forced the boom at the harbour's mouth and carried 25 of the bastions of the low sea walls by throwing light boarding bridges on them from scaffolds raised on their galleys. Once inside, they set fire to the harbour quarters, and a terrible conflagration resulted, which destroyed great part of the northern and north eastern side of the city. The wretched Alexius III then fled into the open country, and the deserted officers released and re-enthroned the blind Isaac II. They informed Prince Alexius, and hostilities ceased, to the disgust of the Venetians, who had made a beginning of destroying Constantinople, and longed to complete the work. Much to the disappointment of the brutal barons and soldiery, who were thirsting for rapine. For the next 5 months they lay round the city, endeavouring to wring, by any and every means, money out of the emperors. Isaac II seems to have become half imbecile during his long confinement, and the presence and threats of the rude Westerners completed the overthrow of his intellect, while his son was treated with contempt by the barons, and detested by the Constantinopolitans as the one who had sold them and their church to the Pope. The ever increasing demands of the filibusters, of course prompted by Dandolo, with the object of forcing on a quarrel, at last induced Alexius to begin plundering the churches (January, 1204). At once the revolt broke out. The gates were closed, and every Latin who could be caught was murdered. Isaac II died of terror. Alexius IV hid himself in the palace, and turned for help in quelling the tumult to the protovestiarius Alexius Ducas, nicknamed Murtzuflus, on account of his bushy beetling eyebrows. Ducas seized and strangled him, was acknowledged emperor by the army and people, and prepared to fight for his crown. Money was hardly to be had, but the new emperor seized all the available property of the Angelan courtiers and ministers, and was able partly to pay the arrears due the few regular corps within the city. He endeavoured to strengthen his hopelessly inadequate force by arming the citizens. This attempt was practically a failure. The Constantinopolitans were unwarlike. They responded to the emperor's appeals by complaining that they paid taxes for their defence. The regular regiments were made untrustworthy by being diluted with recruits. The militia corps from the first were nearly useless. At sea Alexius could do nothing. The Venetian fleet lay securely in the harbour. All that could be done was to strengthen the sea wall. The emperor was frequently in the field. He had all the instincts of the fighting Byzantine nobility. He straitened the besieging horde for provisions, kept the city fairly supplied, and gained some small successes, but in a single action of any magnitude his raw troops were beaten. On April 9 the Venetians and Westerners assaulted the city on its north-western side. The Venetians attacked the sea wall on a front of 2 miles. The land army threatened the gate of Blachernae. The attack was repelled with considerable loss, and the defeat caused dissensions among the allies. Baldwin and the moderate or scrupulous party regarding it as the vengeance of Heaven. But they could do nothing without the Venetians, and Dandolo insisted on a renewal of the assault. On April 12 a second attempt was made, and this time the sea wall was penetrated. The garrison defended the wall of Blackerne until taken in the rear, and then fell back into the streets. The Westerners occupied the northwestern quarters of the city, and, as before, set fire to the houses. Under cover of night the Emperor endeavoured to rally his troops, hoping yet to repel the invaders in a street fight. The men, however, were demoralized; they threw down their arms and deserted in numbers. The Varangian Guard mutinied outright, and refused to fight unless they were paid. Alexius, beside himself with rage and despair, went to the palace of Bucolion, and thence, seeing no hope of defending the city, fled by the Golden Gate into Thrace. Many officers and nobles at once followed his example. In haste, often in disguise, with such of their money and goods as they could carry, men, women, and children fled to escape from the brutal horde, which was already spreading ruin through the splendid city. General Theodore Lascaris, son-in-law of Alexius III, remained until day, striving to gather troops for a final effort, but he could do nothing. The army had melted away, and at last he too withdrew to Asia. At dawn the victors found that all resistance had ceased. Without cause, without a shadow of excuse, they proceeded with care and deliberation to sack the city. What a lovely place to plunder, was all the fierce and uncouth old Prussian Blücher could say when he saw London. And if a civilized, save the mark, soldier could speak thus in 1814, we can imagine the feelings of the brutal, vicious nobles of medieval France and Burgundy when they found themselves among the wealth for which they had thirsted so long. The Italians were almost as bad. The Venetians behaved worst of all, for they shed more blood than their allies. No circumstance of horror was spared the unhappy city. Thousands of citizens were murdered in the streets and houses, dwellings were sacked, their female inmates outraged in hideous fashion and frequently murdered. Buildings were destroyed right and left. Sacred edifices fared worse even than private houses. Priests were slain, nuns violated. The clergy of the Westerners disgraced themselves and their church for all time. They took an active part in the pillage, and lifted not a hand to stay the horrors that were going on. The loss to art was beyond calculation. The havoc done to the cause of civilization by the wanton destruction of priceless books will not bear contemplation. The soldiery burned libraries in their campfires, and, though nominal Christians, they held ribald orgies in Hagia Sophia, while prostitutes performed filthy actions and dances on the very altar. After 3 days of pillage, outrage, and murder, the leaders made a public distribution of such valuables as remained unplundered, and then collected all the bronze works of art and melted them down for the mint. It is difficult to write of such deeds without indignation. Italians and French alike showed that in 1204 they were barbarians, and barbarians of a very low type. The Turks in 1453 had the excuse that they were fighting hard up to the very moment of their entry into the city, but in 1204 all resistance had ceased long before the sack. The extreme depths of cowardice, greed, lasciviousness, and senseless stupidity were reached on this occasion. The Westerners may fairly claim to have outdone the Turks. When Pope Innocent heard so much of the truth as filtered through to him, he declared in righteous wrath that no good could ever come of the conquest. Two-thirds of the splendid city of Constantine were heaps of ashes. All that remained was ruined, stripped bare of everything, naked and desolate. Three-fourths of the people had fled or had perished. None but the poorest remained. Baldwin of Flanders was elected emperor, and received the wrecked capital, Thrace, and the Asiatic provinces. Boniface was at first granted Lydia and Caria, but held out for Macedonia and Thessaly. He had married the widow of Isaac II. The Venetians claimed a quarter and half a quarter of the empire, which they interpreted as every isle and port that they could seize upon. In their utter ignorance, the leaders drew lots for the Seljuk Sultanate and for Persia and Assyria. In actual fact, everything had to be conquered. The victors held only Constantinople and its district. Kalojan of Bulgaria was on his way to make his profit out of the dismembered empire. Alexius III was still at large in Thrace. Alexius V was indeed captured near the capital, brought back, and flung from the top of the column of Arcadius, because he murdered his predecessors. Certainly the filibustering ringleaders had little sense of shame, nor had they even the honor which is supposed to exist among thieves. 7,000 of the barons and followers went home after the sack. They had gained wealth enough to last them all their life, and saw no reason for undergoing further hardship. In Asia, Theodore Lascaris was in Nicaea, and several other nobles were at the head of local risings. Alexius Comnenus, who had already made himself practically independent in Trebizond with the help of Tamar, the famous Queen of Georgia, proclaimed himself Emperor of the faithful Romans. His brother David was active in Bithynia. Wherever a leader arose, the Greek population gathered about him, and prepared to fight the destroyers of the city queen. Even at this early date it was becoming evident that the Latin Empire of Romania was to be only a simulacrum and a sham. The leaders of the shameful pirate raid were soon to know disaster, and to pay for their deeds with death and captivity. One of them was past human judgment. Dandolo died soon after the sack. One hopes devoutly that, if there be hell, torments of special terror were reserved for him. He may fairly claim to have done more to ruin south-eastern Europe and Asia Minor, to deliver them over to the Turks, to destroy Christianity in them, and to retard the general progress of civilization, than anyone. Venice, for whom he did such deeds as, if private individuals only were concerned, would debar him from the company of honest men, may honor him. From the rest of the world he deserved nothing but execration. End of section 21. Recording by Mike Botez.
Section 22 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Byzantine Empire, the Rearguard of European Civilization, by Edward Foord. Section 22. Epilogue. The Death Agony. The Latin and Greek states, their history, ignominious end of the Latin Empire, Michael VIII, movements in Central Asia and irresistible advance of Turks, loss of Imperial Asia, Civil War, Servian and Turkish conquests in Europe, check of Turks at Timur, their recovery, Manuel II, repulse of Murad II at Constantinople, John VI, attempts to obtain assistance from the West, the union of the churches, Constantine XII, Mohammed II, fall of Constantinople, and final destruction of remains of empire. With the sack of Constantinople in 1204, the Roman Empire to all extents and purposes came to an end, if indeed it had not already practically terminated its career before 1081. Men like Zonorus could see that the empire of the Comnenoi was not the empire of Leo III and Basil II. Its Roman traditions had been lost. But the destruction of the capital finally wrecked any hope of the re-establishment of a really powerful and vigorous state. Under the Comnenoi, the government had steadily tended more and more to become a pure despotism, and the annihilation of the administrative system in the capital broke up the machinery in every part of the empire. For some years there was anarchy. The empire was dismembered. The chiefs who had succeeded in saving parts of it were occupied in defending them, and when they had leisure to form administrations, they were necessarily of a very imperfect description, and one and all based upon feudal and semi-feudal principles, destructive of real stability. Against this must of course be set the fact that the Roman law was still enforced. Under a strong ruler the people could be assured of personal justice, and so far the Greek states, which emerged from the ruins of the empire, were more healthy than the wretchedly misgoverned kingdoms of the West. The sack of Constantinople was the signal for a general advance of Bulgarians and Turks. Kalojan occupied northern Macedonia and Thrace. The Latin Emperor Baldwin was defeated and captured near Adrianople, and never again heard of. In Asia, the Seljuks of Rum overran Pisidia, and captured Italia and Sinope, but were then checked by Theodore Lascaris, who was established at Nicaea. Alexis III had already succumbed in Thrace. In Epirus and Albania, Michael Angelos, a bastard cousin of Alexius, had made himself supreme. At Trebizond, Alexis Komnenos had proclaimed himself Emperor of the faithful Romans, and ruled from Phasis to west of Sinope, while his brother David occupied parts of Bithynia. The Black Sea dependencies were nominally parts of his state. Only the southern Crimea appears to have been actually subject. The Latin Empire, which in 1205 had passed into the hands of Henry, the capable brother of Baldwin, never included anything more than southern Thrace and western Bithynia and Mysia. Bonifacio of Montferrat was slain by the Bulgarians, and his kingdom of Salonika was gradually conquered by Theodore, successor of Michael of Epirus. The capital fell in 1222. The Latin principalities in Greece showed more vitality, and those of Achaia and Athens held their own. Theodore Lascaris showed great vigor. He first secured himself from the Latins by repulsing them from Prusa, and concluded a truce in 1207. He then extended his sway over the old imperial provinces from Bithynia to Caria, and in 1209 was ready to meet the attack which the crusading barons induced Kaikhosru of Rum to make upon him. Theodore pushed boldly forward to meet the Seljuk advance, and at Antioch on Maeander completely defeated and slew the Sultan. The Seljuks troubled the new state no more for many years. In 1214, Theodore concluded a favorable treaty with the Latin Emperor Henry, and then attacked David Komnenos of Bithynia, whose state he annexed. Henry, a wise and conciliatory ruler, died in 1217, and with him the only hope of the establishment of a Latin state at Constantinople passed away. The Venetians reaped many of the benefits so unscrupulously played for. They did not obtain their 3/8 of the empire, but they seized Crete and many other islands, and a number of ports in Epirus and Greece. The ruin of Constantinople left the trade of the East in their hands. Their occupation of the coast towns and the anarchy of the Latin state strangled the sea commerce of the Greeks, but they were soon involved in a chronic struggle with the Genoese, who ultimately secured the trade of the Euxine and the Central Asiatic mart. Theodore Lascaris died in 1222, and was succeeded by his son-in-law, John Ducas Vatacis, 1222 through 1254. Meanwhile, the Latin Empire steadily went from bad to worse. The lives of the emperors were a long train of humiliations. Peter of Courtenay was slain by the Albanians with all his army. Robert, 1219 to 1228, and Baldwin II, 1228 to 1261, lost everything except Constantinople and its district. Vatacis conquered all their possessions in Asia except Chalcedon. Theodore Angelos captured Adrianople and occupied central Thrace. Such territory as they regained was almost deserted, the inhabitants flying to any refuge where they could escape anarchy and feudal cruelty and insolence. The nominal sovereign had no control over the barons. Deeds of lawless barbarity were frequent, while industry vanished. Revenue could not be raised, and but for the Venetian command of the sea, the moribund state could not have dragged on its miserable existence as long as it did. In 1230, John of Nicaea conquered southern Thrace, and in 1235 formed an alliance with John Azin, the great king of Bulgaria, and besieged Constantinople. He was repulsed, but then turned against the Angeloi, made them tributary, and in 1246 annexed Thessalonica and its territory. Baldwin II spent most his entire reign in wandering about Europe seeking assistance. In 1259 he was actually forced to pledge his son to the Capelli for a small loan. Considering the origin of the Latin Empire and the irreparable mischief caused by it, it is impossible not to feel satisfaction at the spectacle of its robber founders and their successors drinking the cup of degradation to the very dregs. John Ducas of Nicaea died in 1254, having nearly doubled the extent of his dominions, and also put the finances into good order. His opportunities were limited. During the greater part of his reign, a powerful sovereign ruled in Bulgaria, but he held his own against him in the Seljuks, and reunited many old imperial districts under his sway. The Greek sea commerce being ruined, he encouraged agriculture as the mainstay of his realm. On one occasion, when presenting his wife with a valuable coronet, he told her that it had been bought with money realized from the sale of eggs on his private farms. The anecdote bespeaks the true father of his people, and at the same time it shows that the economic horizon of the Greek states had been woefully narrowed. Theodore II, 1254 through 1258, conquered northern Macedonia from Bulgaria and gained territory from the Angeloi of Epirus. His son John was thrust aside and blinded in 1260 by the regent Michael Palaiologos, who gained a great victory over the Epirotes, Latins of Greece, and Italians in Pelagonia, and firmly established himself as emperor. Constantinople was now almost derelict. Its walls were held only by the help of the Venetian fleet. Within, the Latins could barely collect a little money by wrecking buildings and selling the materials. Hitherto they had sold the sacred relics which the churches still contained. The city was a dreary wilderness, and imperial palaces were so filthy and neglected as to be unfit for occupation. In 1261 the Venetian fleet went to the Aegean on a raid, and General Alexius Stratocopulus Caesar, commanded in Thrace, entered by the gate of the Pegae on the night of July 24th through the 25th, with about 1,000 men, and put an end to the Latin Empire of Romania. No one can feel a grain of regret at its disappearance. Sir Edwin Pear's crushing condemnation is not too severe. It deserves only to be remembered as a gigantic failure, a check to the progress of civilization, a mischievous episode, an abortion among states, born in sin, shapen in iniquity, and dying amid ignominy. Unhappily, the mischief which it had wrought could not be repaired. Some simulacrum of an empire might be re-established, centering at the ruined city of Constantine, but there was no possibility of restoring its past glory. The Asiatic territory was in fair condition, but that in Europe had been wasted and depopulated. The cities had decayed. The great seaborne commerce had mostly passed to foreign hands. The splendid administrative system was in ruins. Everything had to be rebuilt from the very foundation, and materials for the reconstruction hardly existed. The task might have appalled Heraclius or Leo III, and Michael VIII, though active and able, was not by any means a ruler of a high order, and was suspicious, treacherous, and timid. In 1269 he regained a number of the smaller Aegean islands, having previously recovered southern Laconia. But in Asia his suspicious timidity induced him to break up the frontier militia, which was anti-Palaeologan in its sympathies, and thereby leaves the way open for the Turks, who were, for reasons which must be briefly alluded to, again spreading westward. He was hampered by his relations with the Genoese and Venetians, and by the unfriendly attitude of the Church on account of his treatment of John IV. The Seljuk Imperates united to assail him, and encroached upon his Asiatic borders. They made no especial progress until late in his reign, but in 1282 they attacked and destroyed Tralles. The result was that, though in Europe the border was at the line of Haemus, and though in Greece progress had been made, in Asia, the most vigorous part of the empire, ruin was at hand. Michael made a fruitless effort to consummate the impracticable union of the Eastern and Western churches, and died in 1282. In the midst of the disorder caused by the establishment of the Latin abortion at Constantinople, a greater westward movement of Central Asiatics under Mongol lead was in progress. In 1206, the Khalkha Mongols erected Timud Shin their Lord of Lords, Genghis Khan, and by 1227 he had extended his sway to the Dnieper. At 1239 the great general Subutai Khan extinguished the independence of Russia. In 1258 Hulagu, grandson of Genghis Khan, captured Baghdad, ended the Abbasid Caliphate, and then broke up the Seljuk Sultanate of Rum. Many of the followers, chiefly Turks, settled or remained in Asia Minor, among them a small horde under Ertugrul. Ertugrul was succeeded about 1280 by his son Othman. After this, Turkish progress was steady. Andronicus II, son of Michael VIII, enlisted the services of a Spanish mercenary army under a German ruffian named Blum, called Raja de Flor, which temporarily repelled the advancing Turks, but whose lawlessness was such that it was soon involved in a war with its employers. While this internecine struggle, which ruined great part of Thrace, Macedonia, and Greece, was in progress, the Turks inundated the already wasted Asiatic provinces. They were often defeated, but to no purpose. The disorder in Asia, the pressure of the Mongol advance, ensured their continual reinforcement by fresh immigrants. The cities were isolated by the presence of the nomads, and slowly starved or weakened into submission. In 1299, Othman took the title of Sultan and established himself in Bithynia. In 1308, Ephesus surrendered, and in 1326, after a partial blockade of 10 years, Bressa. Tartar hordes also invaded the European provinces, but these were repelled, and while steadily losing territory in Asia, Andronicus II conquered Thessaly from the Vlachs in 1308 and encroached on Epirus. Andronicus III, 1329 through 1341, lost Nicomedia and Nicaea to Orkhan, the successor of Othman, but though his Asiatic domain had almost vanished, completed the conquest of Epirus and made progress in Greece. Andronicus's death was followed by a long civil struggle between the supporters of his son John V, 1341 through 1391, and John Cantacuzenos, 1342 through 1355, during which the Turks gained ground with ease, mixed in the quarrels of the warring rulers, and succeeded in thoroughly ruining Thrace. While Stephen Dushan of Servia occupied Macedonia, Thessaly, and Epirus, and threatened to seize Thessalonica. The net result of external wars and civil broils extending over a century was that in 1373, John V, now by the abdication of Cantacuzenos, sole ruler, became the vassal of Murad I, the successor of Orkham. Murad was a fanatical Mohammedan and gave his followers that tinge of religious intolerance which completed the hatefulness of their national character. Barbarians of a low type they had always been, but easygoing and tolerant. Murad gave his heavy, clumsy barbarian weapon the fine edge of Mohammedan fanaticism, and carried forward the organization of the terrible new troops, the famous Janissaries. He forced John to help him to take Philadelphia, the last independent imperial city in Asia Minor, 1379. In 1387 he took Thessalonica, and in 1389 gained a complete victory over the Servians on Kosovo Pol, near Uskab, though himself slain by treachery. He was succeeded by his son Bayezid I, and in 1391 Manuel II succeeded his wretched father at Constantinople. For 10 years Bayezid kept the city in constant terror of siege. Manuel made a tour in Europe to obtain assistance, but with little result. But in 1402 came a sudden turn of fortune's wheel. The great Turkish conqueror Timur came down upon Asia Minor and defeated Bayezid at Angora. He pushed on to Smyrna, which he captured and sacked, and wasted Asia Minor with horrible barbarity. The Ottoman Empire was shattered, and by taking advantage of the dynastic struggles between Bayezid's sons, Manuel recovered parts of Thrace and Greece and Thessalonica. He assisted Muhammad I, 1413 through 1420, to recover his father's dominions, and remained on friendly terms with him until his death. He would have maintained peace also with Muhammad's successor, Murad II, but he was now more than 70 years of age, and was overruled by the Senate, which thought the opportunity favorable, and compelled the aged emperor to associate with him his son John VII, the leader of the war party. Then in June 1422, Murad besieged Constantinople, but though he brought cannon into play against the walls, he was kept at bay, and bloodily repulsed in a great assault on August the 24th. The garrison followed up the Turks in their retreat and captured some of their guns. Murad's withdrawal had been caused by dynastic troubles. The success was clearly only temporary. It was Constantinople's last victory over the barbarians whom she had withstood for 11 centuries. John's warlike ardor cooled, and he made peace, paying tribute and retaining such territory as remained to him: southeast Thrace from Sileveria to Mesembria, Thessalonica, Empirical Morca, Lemnos, Imbros, Thassos, and Samothrace. Thessalonica was lost in 1428 to the Venetians, from whom Murad speedily took it, and then there remained only about 12,000 square miles of territory, mostly wasted and useless, of the wide dominions of the Roman emperors of the East. Manuel died in 1425 at the age of 77. John passed his reign chiefly in desperate attempts to procure help from the West. Despite the ill will of the clergy and people, he finally, in 1440, concluded the union of the churches. The results were disastrous. He lost the confidence of his subjects and gained no substantial assistance. The Pope, though willing, could do little. Venice and Genoa were selfish and indifferent. Venice would not understand that the crime of 1204 had shattered the defense of Europe, and that she would soon be forced to cringe to the Turk. Constantine, the emperor's brother, who held a semi-independent position in the Morea, gained several successes over the Turks, but was finally defeated by Murad in person. And though the latter was repulsed from Croia in Albania by the famous George Castriotes, Iskender Bey, he gained a great victory over John Hunyadi on Kosovopol, October 18, 1448. John died of grief. He was succeeded by his gallant brother, Constantine XII, the last Christian sovereign of Constantinople, and in 1451 the great Murad was succeeded by his greater son, Mohammed II, the conqueror and lawgiver. Strange combination of student, warrior, sensualist, legislator, and bloodthirsty savage, the mightiest of Ottoman rulers. His resolution was fixed from the outset to conquer Constantinople. The emperor gave a pretext by a rash demand for an increase in the subsidy which he received for the maintenance of Mohammed's kinsman and possible rival, Orkhan. Mohammed built a great fortress, Romelia Hissar, on Constantine's territory near the capital, massacred the inhabitants around, refused all redress, and on April 6, 1453, besieged Constantinople by land and sea. Part of the population of the city had fled. It contained not more than 90,000 inhabitants, of whom Phrontis informs us that only 4,983 Greeks and 2,000 foreigners were fighting men. This seems incredible, but it is confirmed by independent testimony. No account speaks of more than 6,000 Greeks and 3,000 foreigners, including Genoese volunteers from Galata. The command under the emperor was held by Giovanni Giustiniani, a Genoese noble who had come on his own account to the doomed city with 2 ships and 700 men. He did not unhappily agree very well with the Grand Duke Lucas Notaras, the Greek commander, and the Venetians and Genoese also quarreled. It does not seem that the Genoese of Galata as a whole were guilty of treachery, but some certainly were. The great inner wall was ruinous. There were few cannon, and such as they were, the ramparts could not endure the shock of their recoil. The garrison was utterly inadequate. There were ships enough to defend the harbor, but not to take the offensive. Arms and military stores were lacking. Appeals for help to Europe had little result. John Hunyadi and the King of Aragon bargained for a reward from the scanty possessions of the empire. Venice would not stir, but Pope Nicholas V did his best to collect a fleet. 3 Genoese ships were sent in advance, and 30 others were to follow. Mohammed had collected for the great attempt a host of 12,000 Janissaries, 70,000 regulars, and 60,000 irregulars, with a fleet of 15 large galleys and 70 smaller ones, besides hundreds of boats and barges. He had a huge siege park, but by far his most tremendous weapon was his train of artillery. In all, he is said to have had 200 guns, of which 60 were of large caliber, 10 enormous, and one a 1,200-pounder of 46-inch caliber, which surpassed all records in gun-making until the 19th century. With this fearful disparity of force and armament, it is astonishing that any serious resistance was made, and yet it is quite clear that there were times when the garrison appeared to have the advantage. Mohammed directed his main attack at the weak point in the city's defenses, where the walls dipped down into the Lycus Valley. There he stationed himself with his Janissaries and other picked troops under Halil and Sarajah Pashas and his heaviest artillery. Isaac and Mahmud Pashas, with the Asiatic troops, attacked the triple wall towards the Golden Gate, while Karaja Pasha and the European levies assailed those toward the Golden Horn, and a fourth force, under Zagan Pasha, blockaded Galata. The fleet under Boltoglu, a Bulgarian renegade, lay at double columns, Dolmabashe, and Mohammed, seeing the danger of forcing the harbor in face of the squadron which lay at the boom, began to construct a tramway for the transport of his lighter vessels into the upper Golden Horn. On April 12th the batteries opened fire, and at once it appeared that the walls which had so long withstood every assault could not stand against the weapons of the Turk. Breaches began to appear, and the defenders could only toil day and night to repair them. On the 18th the damage already done was so great that Mohammed ordered an assault. It was repulsed with heavy loss by Justiniani, and a simultaneous attack on the boom by the fleet was also repelled by Notaras. On April 20th the 3 Genoese ships aforesaid, with an imperial vessel under Captain Platanellas, reached the city and fought their way in through the entire Turkish fleet. They reached Saralago Point and were then becalmed, but beat off every attack of the vessels swarming around, until a breeze sprang up and then cleared away for themselves, despite all the Turks could do. Mohammed was beside himself with rage, and disgraced and flogged Baltoglu. On the 22nd the Turkish shipway was ready, and 70 vessels of various sorts were hauled into the upper harbor. An attempt was made to destroy them on April 28th, but it was betrayed by someone in Galata and beaten off. Mohammed massacred his prisoners, and thereupon Constantine retaliated by hanging the Turks whom he had taken. No news came from without. The steady bombardment never ceased. A light vessel was sent under Turkish colors to look for the relieving fleet, and a proposal was made that the emperor should escape. Constantine steadily refused. He declared he would never abandon his comrades. If death must be, he would die with them. It was a reply worthy of the last representative of the majesty of Rome. On May 7th an assault was repulsed, and on the 12th another determined attack near the Andropanal Gate was gallantly beaten back. Attempts on the boom all ended in failure, but the scanty garrison was worn out with constant alarms. The battering at the walls in the Lycus Vale went on continually, and a huge breach gaped for 1,200 feet. Elsewhere serious damage had been wrought. Men, women, and children toiled night and day to repair the walls, in vain. On May 23rd the scout vessel came back. She had seen nothing of a relieving fleet. 1 or 2 of her little crew of 12 had spoken of saving themselves, but the others would not hear of it. Whatever our fate may be, it is our duty to return, was their proud decision, and the little craft made sail for the doomed city. On May 28, It was evident that a final assault was at hand. Mohammed had made up his mind that everything must be risked to forestall aid from the west. He made the usual appeals of a Turk and a Mohammedan to the ferocious horde which he led. They might take everything in the city, he would keep only the empty buildings. In the city a solemn service was held in Hagia Sophia. The tragic pathos of the event has often been dwelt upon. After service, Constantine called nobles and officers together in Blachernai, and solemnly asked pardon of all whom he had offended. In the darkness of early morning on May 29th, the barbarian host attacked. The horde of irregulars first flung itself at the walls, but was repelled again and again with great slaughter, being flogged and sabred back to repeated attacks by bodies of janissaries and police. Next, the Anatolian corps assaulted the stockaded breach in the valley of the Lycus, where the emperor and Justiniani captained the defense. Zagan and Karaja furiously assaulted the walls to the north, but were beaten off, while attack after attack at the breach was successfully repelled. 300 Turks actually penetrated the stockade, but were mostly killed and the rest driven out. The duration of the desperate contest was telling fearfully upon the handful of defenders. A little after dawn the janissaries and the sultanic guards came on. So furious was their fire that the defenders could not show themselves, and under its cover the janissaries charged the breach. "Grand masters and brave men," said the Venetian Barbaro, who fought like lions and outnumbered the defenders by 6-1. Yet before the splendid resistance to the grander masters and braver men who held the breach, the assault of the janissaries, magnificent, invincible, brave as lions, led by officers worthy of them, was stayed and brought to a stand. But Justiniani was severely wounded and left his post, and for a moment the defense slackened. Constantine rallied his followers, sent in his little bodyguard, and placed himself at their head, but it was too late. Mohammed threw his last ortas into the fray and led the assault, and the blood-stained breach was his. The remains of the garrison fought to the death on the esplanade between the walls. In the front of their line was the Emperor Constantine, with Theophilus Pelagos and John Dalmata on his left, and Don Francisco Alvarez de Toledo at his right, and he flung away his imperial insignia lest the Turks should recognize and capture him. His companions fell, and sword in hand, amid the oncoming crowd of janissaries and sipahis, Constantine met the end that befitted a Roman emperor and a faithful soldier of Christ. There is little more. The pitiful story of sack and massacre has been told so often. Why enlarge on the story of Turkish bestiality? One must speak, as a matter of duty, of the foul deeds of ancestors and co-religionists, but things which disgrace civilized men are to this day the pleasure and glory of Turks. The Venetian and Genoese ships which had aided in the defense stayed to the last moment in the harbor, and saved all whom they could. Such imperial ships as were manned seem to have done the same. Some gallant Cretans held out in 3 towers and surrendered on honorable terms. Some hundreds of the garrison got on board the ships. A few more escaped to Galata. The Turkish seamen left their ships absolutely empty in their thirst for blood and rapine, but the harbor's mouth was blocked by the boom. 2 desperate sailors of Admiral Diedo's gallery sprang overboard and hacked through the chain, and one by one the Venetian ships, 7 Genoese, and some Greek vessels got outside and escaped. As they drew away across the Propontis to the Hellespont in safety, they left to the mercy of the barbarians of Asia the great city, from which that day to this has been, in the prophet's vivid words, an abomination of desolation, where truth and mercy, justice and peace have never been. Mohammed conquered Trebizond in 1464, the second empire of his boasting chroniclers. The Morea had already fallen into his hands, and with it the last fractions of Roman territory in the east passed from civilization. For nearly 500 years the Turk has made his sty among the ruins of the city of Constantinople, but the end is not yet. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Byzantine Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Meilinger. The Byzantine Empire, the Rearguard of European Civilization, by Edward Foord. Section 23. Byzantine Society, the Empire's Place in History. Upon the whole, it may be said that the society of the late Roman Empire has received more unmixed and misplaced condemnation than that of any other state of which we possess the records. Voltaire called it a worthless repertory of miracles, degrading to the human mind. Gibbon, as anti-Christian as Voltaire, practically echoes him, though more guardedly. Lecky is more blameworthy than either, since he not only launches a series of unfounded charges, but makes an appeal to a non-existent universal verdict of history in support of them. A common fault among historians, as the writer sees them, is to study and describe court society under the impression that it is a reflex of that of a nation. Nothing can be farther from the truth. Court life neither reflects that of the people, nor does it influence it, except in a very slight degree. It was and is and will be apart from it. Courtiers live in a little world of their own. Court society in the Byzantine Empire was, we are frequently assured, corrupt and vicious. That may well be the case. Satan always finds mischief for idle hands, and the average court is very idle, busy doing nothing. No doubt Byzantine courtiers were as idle, corrupt, and vicious as the courtiers of every age, not excepting our own, are likely to be. A good deal of abuse is often levelled at the court ceremonial and the employment of eunuchs. The latter feature is one peculiarly repulsive to the modern European mind, but the eunuchs as a class seem to have been good public servants. As regards to court ceremonial, there is no reason to think that the emperors usually insisted upon its observance, except on state occasions, and, after all, the difference between it and that of modern England or Germany is only in degree. I doubt very much whether Constantinopolitan news writers were more fulsomely adulatory of their emperors than journalists today, speaking of personages who have little of kingship about them save their sounding titles, often are. Be this as it may, though Byzantine court society was no worse and often better than many of which I have read and heard, I consider it utterly dissociated from that of the people. Nor do I see that the Eastern Empire had a taint of weakness derived from its Oriental origin. Its peoples as a whole were not by any means weak or degenerate. The elaborate and gorgeous court, with its degrading ceremonial, was the outcome of the ideas of a Western Roman emperor of peasant birth. It is highly probable that Constantinopolitan court life was far from being unmitigatedly bad. The nobles who surrounded and often influenced the emperor were for the most part busy public men, statesmen, soldiers, administrators. They might often be intriguers. Doubtless there were many bad men among them, but they were not the idle debauchees who surrounded Charles II of England or Louis XV of France. However exaggerated, and, as regards monarchism, ill-founded, their religious ideas might be, they were usually sincere. Both iconoclasts and iconodules were ready to suffer for their belief. More than one Byzantine noble laid down his life rather than abjure his faith. Religious spirit was certainly strong. The Church, despite its faults and errors, rendered yeoman service in holding together the many races of the empire. Religious controversy may have filled a disproportionate part of the East Romans' intellectual horizon, but seeing that it was the one theme which could be discussed freely with full knowledge, this was inevitable. Probably religious dogma is fully as elevating a subject for discussion as the paltry party political squabbles which are the chief topic of conversation in England today. So too with sport. True, the British factions have never named themselves ruggers and soccers, but as a matter of taste, it might be as well, since Tory signifies a brigand and Whig a wayface. And otherwise, party politicians find it convenient to pander to the craze for watching football matches. Perhaps the chariot races of the Hippodrome occupied too large a part of the Constantinopolitan citizens' time, but it is doubtful, and no one born in horse racing, prize fighting, cockfighting, bear-baiting England can for shame cast stones at them. Englishmen do not, as a whole, take delight in witnessing savage sports, though this was not the case in the past, but they are not in essence very much above the Roman of the 4th century, who, very likely in most cases after a hard day's work, went to see a score or so of slaves kill each other, since they flock by tens of thousands to see 22 hired men kick a ball about. Patriotism, in the modern sense of the word, hardly existed. The races of the empire were so various that it was impossible that it should be otherwise. Religious feeling compensated for it in some respect, but on the whole it consisted only in local attachment. The general tone of society was democratic. Ability was the one necessary passport to office and court society. It is also worthy of notice that the people commonly had the last word, a fact strange to those who regard the government as a mere crushing despotism. On several occasions we hear of them interfering in public affairs, generally with success, and on the whole very much to their credit. When the issue was plain, the so-called weak, degenerate, servile populace of Constantinople expressed itself with great decision, and was very ready to shed its blood liberally for a popular sovereign. The infrequency of popular rebellion is a testimony to general well-being and good government, not to servility. The idea that the populations of the empire were weak and degenerate is flatly contradicted by the general character of its rulers, of whom a large majority were of humble origin, and whose general level of ability, energy, and public spirit, as well as morality, was high. From 395 to 1204, a great crisis never failed to produce the requisite strong man, a convincing proof that there was plenty of good material in the people and the public services. Treachery, cowardice, luxury, frivolity, immorality, and cruelty are commonly supposed to be the characteristic Byzantine vices. Treachery, after all, was attributed by Romans to Greeks and Phoenicians, but the record of the supposedly honest Roman is so that his testimony is worthless, and treachery and bad deceit must, I fear, be attributed, more or less, to every diplomatist since diplomatists were. Probably, in dealing with foreign powers, the Byzantine government was neither better nor worse than governments usually are, that is to say, of course, very bad and contemptible. But whether Greeks, Slavs, Armenians, Phrygians, and Isaurians were generally treacherous is another matter. As to cowardice, I have certainly written to small purpose if I have not shown that it was decidedly not a besetting Byzantine vice. The charges of luxury and frivolity are the easiest of all to bring. Frivolity was doubtless as common in the empire as it is everywhere. There was much luxury, no doubt, often vulgar and tasteless, among those who could afford it. Romania in these respects much resembled modern England, France, Germany, or America. John Chrysostom had much to say upon the wickedness of his times, but one finds that it showed itself mainly in sufficiently trifling fashion. The writer fears that, if all his female acquaintances who make the best of their natural advantages be bad, he hardly knows a single estimable woman, but he is quite prepared to set his judgment on this point against Chrysostom's. That there was much immorality in the cities is probable. Constantinople and her humbler sisters resembled great modern cities in this respect, but there is not the smallest reason to believe that the people at large were otherwise than moral, sober, and industrious. The charge of cruelty is often brought against the imperial administration. There were a good many isolated acts of barbarity, and more than one emperor employed grim methods of terrorizing or coercing rebels. But then, only 2 centuries ago, criminals in England were cut down half-strangled from the gibbet to be disemboweled and dismembered, and women were burnt alive for witchcraft. On the continent, up to a much later date, punishments were far more barbarous even than this, the horrible torture of breaking on the wheel being common in France and Germany. The nations of modern Europe are the Pharisees of history, but even they can hardly venture to cast dirt at the Eastern Empire on this charge. To gain a proper impression of Byzantine society, it must be compared with those existing contemporaneously with it. As we make our way through its troubled history, we cannot but feel that we are dealing with a civilized community. There is a highly elaborated governmental system, a complex and intricate social order. Commerce and industry flourish and are ordinarily and generally pursued as a means of livelihood. Life and property are secure and carefully protected. Whatever forms of vice be secretly indulged in, immorality is stringently legislated against, and it is condemned by the popular voice. Many of the worst features of pagan society, infanticide for example, have disappeared. Others, notably slavery, have enormously diminished. Though the state is commonly and indeed incessantly fighting for existence, militarism is not rampant. The bully of his boots does not hide the march of men from us. War is carried on in astonishingly humane fashion. Not merely are the troops cared for, as troops have not been in Europe down to the 19th century, but cruelty to enemies is the exception, not the rule. There is a regular cartel for exchange of prisoners. The latter are, indeed, often reduced to slavery, but facilities are given for redemption. Instruction, in the cities at least, is common. There are institutions for higher education. If there are too many monasteries, and an ecclesiastic tone often pervades society, there are hospitals and orphanages everywhere. When we find a postmaster general and a minister of charitable institutions among the officials, we feel that we are indeed in a state which, with all its faults, is civilized in the true sense of the word. The one state of Byzantine times which, like it, was founded upon several ancient civilizations was the Saracen Caliphate, and no one who compares the two can doubt for a moment that, for all its ephemeral and meretricious splendor, the empire was greatly its superior. The Umayyad and Abbasid caliphs showed all the characteristics of barbarism. The best of them could not maintain order in their dominions. Their statesmanship and administration were crude and ineffective. Their culture was distinctly superficial. It is more than probable that they owed much of it to the despised Greeks of New Rome. The Caliphate stood for war, and even in war it was not successful in the long run against the Eastern Empire. To compare Byzantine society with the chaotic barbarism of Western Europe is merely absurd. Immorality of a kind which was warred against at Constantinople was rife among the upper classes of the West, whose ignorance of all things save war, rapine, and hunting was profound and pitiable. Female drunkenness was common. Charles the Great, a man far in advance of his times in most things, lived openly with several concubines at one time. His court was full of gross licentiousness. Kings like Alfred the Great of England were rare. The chivalry of which so much is made shows itself on examination to have been a very paltry thing after all, chiefly class prejudice, in fact. No one and nothing were safe against feudal violence. In the 13th century in England, a body of gentlemen rode forth and deliberately sacked Boston during a great fair. Trade and commerce hardly existed. The utmost efforts could not wring a modest revenue from the miserable population. Prosperity in the West would have been the depth of wretchedness in the Eastern Empire. Even when the administration of the law was best, it was fearfully barbarous. As a rule, anarchy reigned with slight check. The task accomplished by the much maligned Eastern Empire was the most vitally important, the most glorious, and the most thankless that a nation could achieve. For 2 centuries, while the old majestic order crumbled away in the West, it remained a center of peaceful culture. For 800 years, it was the shield of Europe. Heraclius beat back the great westward advance of the new Persian Empire, an advance not less dangerous than that of the old. His descendants made good the defense of Europe's eastern gate against the raging torrent of Mohammedanism. Leo III hurled it back beyond Taurus, and gained 5 centuries wherein the European states might make some small progress towards strength and solidity. Much is said today of the splendor of European civilization. Some, the writer among them, believe that it is largely material and superficial, and out of all proportion to the actual moral progress made. But such as it is, it owes its existence to the desperate fight waged by Rome's Eastern Empire against the barbarian hordes which were pressing from the east. In an age of utter darkness, the empire preserved the traditions of science, art, and literature, and seeing how badly its works have suffered at barbarian hands, and that its best blood was needed for the vital tasks of defense and administration, we are not justified in stating that they were of slight merit. For many centuries, it provided for the security and well-being of its people in a manner that has not been equaled in Western Europe until very late times. During the whole period of its existence, it waged a bitter struggle against the enemies of all that is best in the world, and when at last its time came, when its realm had almost dwindled to the walls of its capital, it died as it had lived, deserted and betrayed, but in its last agony, as in the days of its splendor and glory, the rearguard of Christian civilization. End of section 23, and end of the Byzantine Empire, the rearguard of European civilization, by Edward Foord.